Find a quiet place. Breathe. This journey gathers beloved Buddhist tales and Zen parables, simple stories that point to a profound stillness beneath everyday life. Listen not as a scholar, but as a traveler drinking from clear water. Each chapter offers a story, a gentle insight, and a small practice. Let them wash over you like waves. Nothing to force, nothing to achieve. When a line resonates, pause. When silence arrives, trust it. Peace is not far away. It has been here the whole time. Night in the village feels heavier when a house has stopped breathing. Lamps still burn, the floor still remembers footsteps, but the air itself is thick, like a pond holding its surface after a stone has fallen. Kisa Gotami sits on the floor with her child in her lap, motionless, a boat whose oars have slipped beneath the water. Hours ago there was fever and crying, clattering dishes, rushed prayers, neighbours with suggestions and herbs. Then a silence so complete it made the walls ring. She does not have a word for what has happened. She only has the weight of a small body cooling against her chest and a mind that refuses to accept the pivot of the world. She tries the oldest magic. If I don't move, nothing will change. But morning is a creature that arrives whether invited or not. She rises with the first sparrow call, wraps the child, and steps into a day that will not let her go back. She goes to the apothecary, hands trembling, asking for something, anything. The apothecary has seen eyes like this before and cannot bear to say no directly. He says, "There is a teacher here today, a calm one. He has helped many. Ask him." Kisa walks quickly, then runs, then walks again, because running shakes the bundle. She finds the gathering under the banyan tree. The teacher's face is ordinary in the way rivers are ordinary. Nothing flashy, yet everything needed is there. "Master," she says, "give me medicine for my child." He meets her eyes and listens with his whole body. He knows better than to fight the first wall of grief. "There is a remedy," he says gently, "but I need a mustard seed to prepare it. Bring me a single mustard seed from a house where no one has ever died." A flash of hope, electric and blinding. A mustard seed, common as dust. She thanks him, bows too low, and is gone. A swift wind through the market. At the first house, the door opens on a woman folding linen. A mustard seed, of course. The woman turns to fetch it, then hears the condition. Her hands stop moving. "In this house," she says slowly, "my father died in the rains last year. Before that, my sister's baby after 3 days." She places a hand on Kisa's arm with a sorrowing tenderness. "I'm sorry." Kisa is already moving to the next door. The answer there, "My husband, harvest season." At the third, "Yes, we can spare a seed, but my uncle, he never returned from the road." At the fourth, a child points to a portrait hung with flowers. At the fifth, a girl of 12 keeps her eyes on the floor as she murmurs of a mother who went to sleep and did not wake. The day grows warm. Her bundle grows heavier. She finds herself listening to the way people say the names of their dead, sometimes like a stone they lift with both hands, sometimes like a song they hum almost unconsciously while cooking. A potter wipes his clay-streaked fingers and tells her of twins born too early. A soldier, home and limping, speaks of a friend who took an arrow meant for him and laughs once, sharp as a snapped twig, because the laugh is the only way to keep the memory from flooding his lungs. A rich merchant admits in a hushed voice that wealth could not bargain with the fever that took his mother. A childless widow says quietly, "I have no mustard seed for you and no child either. My house has its own emptiness." The widow touches Kisa's bundle and then quickly draws back, startled by the coolness. At first, Kisa rushes, hungry for the house that will free her. By afternoon, her pace slows. She begins to recognize the pattern, like a motif woven into the village cloth. She has not yet lifted her eyes to the sky of the pattern. She is still tracing threads. But the threads keep leading to the same place. Door after door, loss after loss. An endless necklace of stories, each saying, "Here too." She sits for a moment on a low wall, presses her forehead to the bundle, and breathes. A rooster's call flares. Children chase a stray dog. A woman pours water along a line of thirsty cucumbers. Life, indifferent and tender, keeps happening. As dusk swallows colour, she knocks at one last house at the edge of the fields. An old man opens. He does not ask her to explain. He sees the bundle, the dust on her feet. He invites her to sit. He grinds a little roasted barley, sets out water. "When my son died," he says, "I could not hear the crickets for weeks. All I could hear was the absence. Then one night the wind moved through the reeds, and I heard the sound it makes when it finds something hollow. I realized the wind had always been making that sound. I had not been listening. Eat a little. You have walked far." She eats. The food tastes like nothing, but also like the only thing she can do. She thanks him and stands. There is no house that has escaped. The condition is impossible. She turns toward the banyan tree, not because she expects more medicine, but because she has nowhere else to place her feet. The teacher is still there. Night insects embroider the air. He watches her approach, sees in her posture that some part of the task has completed itself. She kneels and places the bundle gently in front of her. "I could not find such a house," she says. Her voice is ragged but steadier than it was in the morning. "Every door has known this." He nods, the way one nods when a student has solved not the puzzle she was assigned, but the deeper one hidden beneath it. "Sister," he says softly, "you have found the mustard seeds I had in mind." He does not hurry the moment. Silence is medicine too. "When you thought you were alone," he continues, "the grief was a wall. Now that you see it shared, the wall becomes a door." Something small and stubborn inside her loosens, like a knot slipping in a wet rope. She weeps then, not the frantic bargaining tears of mourning, but a wider, cleaner rain. She'd been battling a god, now she is holding a truth. The teacher does not speak over the sound. When the crying subsides, he says, "Love did not fail you. All conditioned things arise and pass. Love remains." Later she prepares the little body for the pyre. Neighbors come, not with solutions, but with hands. One washes the child's hair. Another sings under her breath. Someone brings sandalwood. Kisa's palms shake as she places flowers. The world swims, sharp and blurred at once. When the fire takes, she feels her heart split again, but this time it is not a shattering, it is a widening. She stays until the embers are no longer red. The stars are careless and infinitely kind. In the days that follow, the village does what villages do. It remembers and forgets in uneven rhythms. People bring rice, sit in companionable quiet, tell a ridiculous story at exactly the right moment. Kisa finds that grief kisses her at unexpected times, while rinsing a bowl, while hearing a child laugh on the next street, while waking from a dream where her child was just behind her, calling. Each time the kiss is both pain and proof. Pain because love lived here. Proof because love still does. The teacher's instruction continues within her, small and steady. When sorrow rises, she does not scold it. She makes a little room. She places a hand on her chest where the ache concentrates and breathes, like someone opening a shutter to let morning in. Just like me, she whispers, remembering all the doors. Others feel this too. Not to drown her own pain in the ocean of other people's, but to let it float, held by a larger water. Try this where you are. Let your shoulders drop a little, as if setting down a heavy jar. Inhale gently and feel the breath widen the back of your ribs. On the exhale, imagine you are pouring warm water on a tight knot. Again, a simple inhale, no forcing, no hard work. And on the exhale, soften the space around whatever hurts. If your heart offers words, let them be plain. This is hard. I'm not alone. May I be kind to myself in this moment? There is no right line to say. The rightness is in the honesty of the saying. Another practice arises from Kisa's walk through the village, the practice of seeing others not as scenery, but as undisclosed chapters. When you pass someone, a stranger in a shop, a co-worker whose smile looks pasted on, the bus driver whose eyes are red, say silently, a door where loss has likely entered. You won't always know the story. You don't need to. This is not about becoming sad. It is about becoming real. Reality includes breakage. When you let that be true, your own breakage stops feeling like a personal failure and starts feeling like part of being a being. You may wonder if acceptance means you must stop missing what you loved. It does not. The Buddha did not ask Kisa to erase her child from her heart. He invited her to tilt her heart toward the truth that nothing living can be held in place. Missing is a thread that can turn into a rope around the neck or into a line that ties you lovingly to the world. The difference is whether you fight the tide or let it carry you while you continue to swim. Grief is not a punishment, it is an education. It teaches the mind what the mind did not want to learn, that security is not found in what can be lost. This sounds harsh until you notice what it gives you in exchange. When you place your trust in the capacity to love, not in outcomes, not in guarantees, but in the ever-fresh willingness to meet life as it is, something in you becomes untouchable. Not hard, not numb, not aloof. Untouchable the way a flame is untouchable. You can warm your hands by it. You cannot grab it and make it yours. Kisa's story is ancient, but your version may look different. Perhaps you have not lost a child, but you have lost a marriage, a job that felt like a calling, a friendship that evaporated without a proper goodbye. Perhaps you have lost an identity, athlete, caregiver, prodigy, that once steadied you. Perhaps your body has changed and no longer obeys you, and you feel betrayed by your own bones. The mustard seed task comes to each of us in a form tailored by our lives. We are sent to gather the one thing that cannot be found, the guarantee that pain will not visit us, and while failing, we discover the many things that can be found, the uncountable small solidarities that make endurance possible. There are days when you will still look for a house untouched. On those days, be gentle. The mind loves magical conditions. I will be okay once I... These are not lies. They are spells we cast to cross rivers. But remember the raft. Use it and then let it go. If you cannot let it go yet, at least recognize it as a raft. Smile at your own cleverness in trying to bargain with the ocean, and then feel your feet on the wet sand of the actual moment. If you want a simple ritual, borrow one from the old man's barley and water. Each morning, offer yourself a small act of care as if you were visiting the house of your own sorrow. A cup of tea sipped without hurry, a stretch that opens the ribs, a walk around the block where the goal is only to notice 3 living things: a bird, a weed cracking concrete, a child dragging a stick along a fence. After each, whisper, "This too is the world." Then when grief arrives, because it will, you will have already been practicing the skill of receiving what comes, without bracing against it so hard that you break. When Kisa finally became ready, she joined the community of practice. She learned to sit in stillness, not as a statue, but as someone sitting beside a river, watching it move, learning it by heart. She discovered that the river of mind carries lilies and debris, moonlight and mud, and that the trick is not to dam it, but to stop mistaking every floating branch for a command. The days did not become painless. They became possible. She found herself visiting other houses now, not to ask for mustard seeds, but to offer what cannot be stolen: presence. Sometimes she said nothing. Sometimes she told her story, not to center herself, but to place a soft lamp on the table, so others could see their own faces more clearly. Imagine someone doing that for you today. Imagine you doing that for someone tomorrow. The tradition calls this compassion, but you don't have to name it. Think of it as a quiet, sturdy friendship with the facts. The facts are, we love, and we lose, and we love again. Somewhere inside that rhythm, there is a peace not dependent on getting your way. It isn't cold. It is warmer than you might expect, like the air above embers after the flames have gone down. Steady, generous, able to heat bread. If you are listening at night and the house you are in feels too still, place a hand on your heart as Kisa did and borrow a line. Just like me, others feel this too. Try it 3 times, once for you, once for all those behind closed doors whose stories you don't know, once for the person you will become as this shapes you. There's no hurry. Let the line sit on your tongue like medicine that tastes of earth and something slightly bitter but right. When you are ready, add, "May I meet this with kindness." That is the whole teaching in a cup you can actually drink. Kisa went seeking a seed that would resurrect what had ended. She found a field she had not known she was walking through all along. The field where every life is planted and from which every life returns. Seeing the field didn't remove her longing. It made her longing vast enough to include the world. In that vastness, peace is not an escape from pain. It is the spaciousness that allows pain to come and go without collapsing the sky. And in that spaciousness, love keeps doing what love does best, showing up again and again with open hands. The road after rain has a memory. Every footfall leaves a dark, soft print, and each print says, "Someone passed here, then vanished." 2 monks move along that road at different speeds of heart. The elder walks like water finds its level, without hurry, without delay. The younger walks like a thought that can't stop commenting. Is this the right path? Should we have stayed at the last village? Will there be food before night? Their robes are spattered. The air smells of wet grass and mule sweat and the faint sweetness of crushed leaves. They come to a river that isn't wide, but is noisy, browned with silt, its surface rippled like a furrowed brow. A woman stands stranded at the bank, the hem of her bright dress clutched to her knees. The current pushes against rocks, and the stepping stones are slick as fish. She looks from the water to the monks and back, holding the particular stillness of someone forced to admit a need. Before the younger monk can begin evaluating the rulebook in his head, the elder bows slightly, lifts her without ceremony, arms under knees and back the way you lift a child, and steps on the rocks with the precision of a man who has spent a lifetime noticing where his feet go. The woman gasps once and then goes quiet as they cross. On the far bank he puts her down. She fixes her hair, half smiles in shock and gratitude, bows her thanks and hurries toward the village. The elder monk turns, palms together, a ghost of a smile. Then he continues along the road. They walk. Her sandal prints disappear behind them. The younger monk's mind does not. Inside him, a courtroom assembles, rule after rule taking their seats, statutes dusted off, doctrinal phrases called to the stand. "We are not to touch women," declaims the judge. "We must keep our vows intact." A prosecutor argues intention, a defense attorney suggests compassion, witnesses contradict one another. Meanwhile, the real world keeps happening. The river sound fades. The path narrows. A hawk cries once. The elder monk stops to move a branch that blocks the way. The younger wants to ask, burns to ask, but he thinks perhaps silence is more mature. So he carries the conversation internally, like a hot coal transferred from hand to hand. Hours pass. The sun climbs, then leans. A dog follows for a while, decides they are not interesting, peels away. The path spills into an orchard where the ground is uneven with tree roots and last season's leaves. The younger's shoulders are tight, his jaw set. He is no longer in the orchard. He's back at the river, rehearsing the scene, revising it. What he would have said, how he would have solved it better, how he would have followed the rules more purely while still maybe helping, or maybe not. Because purity. He is carrying the woman, not in his arms, but in the tension of his back, in the heat behind his eyes, in the dryness of his mouth. He is not aware of carrying her, which is the heaviest way to carry anything. At last, the lid on his chest lifts with a clatter. "Brother," he blurts, trying and failing to keep accusation out of the word. "We are taught not to touch women. Why did you carry her?" The elder monk pauses as if recalling a line from long ago, then says in the most ordinary tone, "I put her down at the riverbank. Why are you still carrying her?" The sentence lands like rain on parched ground. First sizzle, then steam, then the smell of earth. The younger monk blinks, finds himself in the orchard again. The river sound has been gone for hours. The woman is likely home now, telling a story over tea of the odd kindness of a stranger. The younger notices his shoulders and drops them by an inch. It doesn't seem like much. It is everything. What just happened here is simple enough to fit on a grain of rice and deep enough to occupy a lifetime. Something occurs, a moment that pricks, offends, confuses, thrills, and then the mind picks it up, cradles it, polishes it, argues with it, pins medals to it, files charges against it, and hauls it into every room we enter. The event is over. The carrying continues. We call this vigilance, principle, passion, identity. Often it is just wait. If you want to learn how to put things down, begin by noticing the exact feel of carrying. Carrying announces itself in the body before it speaks in the mind. Jaw like a clamp, shoulders auditioning to be earrings, belly tucked and tight, breath that only visits the upper floors of the lungs, eyes focusing too hard, as if trying to push a needle through cloth by staring. See if you can catch one of these. Don't pry it open. Don't shout "relax" at a nervous system that already feels unsafe. Just see it. The name can be light, almost playful. Ah, gripping. Or, oh, I'm hauling this. Or simply, wait. In that moment, the elder monk's sentence can become your own. You can ask, did this happen just now? Or am I recarrying? If it's a replay, look around. What is actually here? The cup, the keyboard, the sound of a neighbor's door, the soft insistence of breath. Reality is often less upsetting than the rerun. There is a particular kind of carrying that comes from righteousness. The younger monk wasn't lustful, he was idealistic. He wanted to be good. Notice how sticky goodness can be when it turns into an identity you must defend at all costs. I am someone who never. I am the sort of person who always. The moment you are someone who, life will present a river that does not fit your category. If you cannot respond to the living thing in front of you because you are busy being your idea of yourself, you'll be in the orchard hours later, still dripping river water in your mind. Consider a handful of modern rivers. You read an email that you find curt. 10 minutes later, chopping vegetables, you are composing a reply in your head that starts politely and ends with a small, quiet sword. You were cut once. Now you're cutting yourself repeatedly with the imagined exchange. You drive away from a meeting where your contribution wasn't acknowledged. 2 hours later, you can feel your hands gripping the wheel as if the steering column were the throat of the moment you missed. You drop a plate. It shatters. You sweep it up, then carry the broken plate down the hallway of the day, reminding yourself at every door that you are careless. In each case, the thing happened. Then carrying takes over and multiplies the cost. Putting down is not passive, it is skilled. The elder monk didn't ignore the woman. He acted cleanly. Then he set the action down. That's the first instruction. Do the thing in front of you fully, and when it's done, don't keep touching it in your head. You can practice on small chores. Wash a cup. Feel the warmth of the water, the slip of soap, the exact moment when the squeak under your fingers says, clean. Then put the cup on the rack, and as your hands leave it, let the task leave you. Meet the next thing without a cup in your mind. Another instruction: relocate the event out of your thoughts and into your body. When you realize you're carrying, pause, keep your eyes open, gently scan down from crown to feet and pick a spot where carrying shows up. Maybe it's the throat, like a fist. Maybe it's the stomach, like an old coin. Maybe it's the shoulders, like wet cloth. Let the breath touch that place 3 times, not as a fixer, more like how you'd warm your hands near a small flame. On the exhale, imagine the shape of the weight softening at its edges. You might whisper quietly enough that only your cells can hear. Set it down. If words feel silly, don't use them. The body understands tone better than language. If the mind insists on telling the story, allow it 1 minute. Set a timer. Let it rant, wheedle, accuse, explain. When the minute is up, ask your mind with a little humor to put the file back in the drawer. Return to the senses. Name 5 things you can see, 4 you can feel, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. The senses live in the riverbank, not the river that has already flowed past. There is also the practice of changing the object. The younger monk believed he was carrying a woman. He was carrying an idea about purity, about himself, about how the elder should behave. If you can see that the object is not the object, grip loosens by itself. Try this sentence. What I'm holding is not the person. It is my story about the person. Try it when you're mad at your father, hurt by your friend, irritated with a stranger. The story may have truth in it, but it is still a story. When you hold a story like a story, you can set it on the ground while you talk to a human being. It helps to have tiny, tactile rituals. Put a small, smooth stone in your pocket. When you notice you're carrying, move the stone from one pocket to the other as you take an intentional breath. Let that movement be a quiet vow, down. Keep a short phrase near the tongue. Not mine to haul. Return to now. Let it pass. When you wash your hands, imagine the water washing the residual stickiness of the last interaction from your fingers. When you take off your shoes at day's end, picture yourself taking off a day's worth of mental shoes, the ones you wore when you were the defender, the explainer, the one who wasn't seen. Step barefoot into the room. Of course, some weights return. The younger monk will likely think of the river again tomorrow, not because he is weak, but because grooves take time to soften. Let the returning be okay. Letting go is less like dropping a rock off a cliff and more like unlearning the habit of picking the rock up every time you pass it. Each time you walk by empty-handed, the habit thins. There is a misunderstanding worth clearing. Letting go does not mean dismissing harm or pretending nothing matters. If a boundary needs to be set, set it cleanly. If an apology is required, offer it without the armor of self-justification. If a conversation must happen, have it when your body is soft enough to hear. Letting go means you don't keep dragging the scene through your inner world, wearing grooves that everything else falls into. You act, then you release your grip on how the past should have been. Sometimes the thing you're carrying is actually longing. The woman by the river wanted to cross. The younger monk wanted to be unfailingly correct. Look at your longing with tenderness. It is trying to deliver you somewhere. You might ask, what is the wholesome wish under this tightness? Perhaps it is a wish to be safe, to be respected, to belong, to help, to rest. Honor that wish, then choose a small, reality-based way to meet it today. If you want respect, respect your body with an hour of decent sleep. If you want belonging, greet the barista by name. If you want to help, pick up the piece of litter you keep walking past. Meeting the wish directly makes it less likely you'll clamp onto the wrong object. Imagine the younger monk later that evening, sitting down to eat. He lifts a bowl of rice. He tastes the first bite as if it were the first bite he ever tasted. He notices the impulse to announce his insight, to extract credit from the teacher's sentence, to arrange his face in the expression of someone who has understood. He smiles at his own mind the way you smile at a puppy heading for a sandal, and he returns to the rice. In that return, there is a tiny freedom. He will forget and remember this freedom 1,000 times. That is how the path is walked. You can try the same at your next meal. Before the first bite, pause. Feel the weight of the utensil. Smell what's in front of you. Sense the part of you that wants to check the phone Continue the argument. Send a message to the person who didn't understand you. Acknowledge it. You're welcome to visit later. Take the bite. Taste it. Let the bite be the only thing happening while it is happening. When the bite is done, put it down. A brief meditation you can carry in your pocket. Sit comfortably. Let your spine be like a flagstaff stuck into earth, not rigid, not limp. Place your hands on your thighs, palms down. On the inhale, silently say, here. On the exhale, now. Do that 3 times. Then bring to mind one object you've been carrying. The face, the sentence, the mistake. Picture yourself placing it on the ground beside you, not throwing it, placing it. Feel your hands do it, even if only in imagination. For a few breaths practice not picking it back up. If your mind reaches for it, notice the reach and smile as if catching yourself reaching for the door when you meant to open the window. Return to here. Return to now. There will be days you do not manage it. On those days, upgrade your kindness. Being hard on yourself for carrying is just another bundle you'll have to carry. Instead, try this exact line. Of course I picked it up. I care. And I can learn to set it down. The elder's wisdom had strength, partly because it was kind. It did not mock the younger monk for his grip. It simply pointed to the ground. The road after rain keeps making new footprints. People come with their bundles and their empty hands. Some burdens must be shared because they are too heavy for one back. Some must be returned to the earth because no back needs them at all. When you forget which is which, remember the river. Remember the woman touching the far bank, surprised to find herself laughing a little as she walked away. Remember the elder's hem dripping, then drying. Remember the sentence that is both a mirror and a path. I put her down at the riverbank. In your own voice, in your own time, in this exact breath, you can finish it. And I can put this down here. The path up the hill was a long, patient sentence, and the professor read it with the impatience of a man who believes he already knows the ending. He had taken trains and a rattling cart, and finally his own feet to reach the old temple above the tea terraces. He carried a leather satchel packed with notebooks whose pages were busy with thoughts about mind and meaning. He carried, though he did not know it yet, a much heavier bag, conclusions, credentials, the quiet pride of having solved many puzzles and expecting this one to yield the same way. The master greeted him under the shade of a persimmon tree. In another life, the master might have been mistaken for a gardener. He had the look of someone who has spent a great deal of time paying close attention to ordinary things and finding them inexhaustible. They sat on low stools. Wind pressed a lazy hand over the leaves. The professor cleared his throat, introduced himself, and began speaking with the well-oiled rhythm of a lecturer who has taught many classes without being interrupted. He spoke of the schools he had visited, of the texts he had translated, of the ways enlightenment could be compared across cultures, and of the psychological benefits of meditative attention. He used words that had earned him standing ovations. He pointed toward the moon with charts. As he spoke, the master nodded as if each word were a pebble he was turning over in his palm, feeling its temperature and weight. After a time, the master lifted the kettle. "Tea," he said simply, as if proposing a truce. He warmed the cups. The professor continued, about neural correlates, about paradox, about the plausibility of awakening as a state achievable through a sequence of trainable steps. The master began to pour. Steam curled up like soft writing that disappeared as soon as it was written. The amber liquid rose. The professor talked about emptiness as a philosophical concept. The tea met the brim and kept climbing. It overflowed, first in a shy lip, then with confidence, spilling over the saucer and onto the professor's hand. "Careful!" the professor cried, jumping back, a dark comet of tea staining his notes. The master set the kettle down and looked at him with a gaze that held neither triumph nor scolding, only the matter-of-factness of a mirror. "You see," he said, "like this cup, you are full. How can I offer you tea unless you first make space?" Silence stood between them, upright and kind. The professor felt the heat cooling on his skin, felt his embarrassment rising and retreating to make room for something else. Something like the click of a latch that had been misaligned for a long time and just then found its groove. He did not speak. He watched the master wipe the saucer, watched a drop cling to the cup's rim and gather courage to fall. They began again, but differently. The professor's posture softened by a degree. He noticed for the first time the scent of roasted leaves and the faint sweetness that followed the first earthy sip. He noticed he didn't need to fill the space with words to prove he belonged there. The master spoke little. When he did, his sentences were plain, like the wooden bench they shared. Functional, generous, unpretentious. The conversation turned from definitions to direct taste, from maps to the terrain underfoot. The tea cooled. The afternoon stretched like a cat and slept. To empty is not to become blank or stupid. It is to set down enough of what you already know so your hands are free to receive what this moment, this person, this book, this failure, this breath is trying to give you. A full mind has nowhere for the world to land. You can test your fullness in everyday ways. Notice how you listen. Do you wait inside the other person's sentence like a sprinter in the blocks, ready to launch your response? Do you finish their thought, revise it to fit your theory, stack it like firewood for a point you plan to make later? Full. Try this. For one conversation today, let your answers be shaped by what you just heard, not by what you plan to say. Leave a small space before you reply, the size of a breath. Feel how the space invites the world to add one more detail you would have missed had you jumped in. Notice how you learn. If you open a book looking for confirmation, you will find plenty. Confirmation is cheap and abundant, like weeds. If you open a book looking for the sentence that changes your mind by one fragile degree, that sentence appears like a wildflower you had to kneel to see. Before you begin your next article or lecture or video, write at the top of the page, maybe. Let the word be permission to be changed. Notice how you remember. The mind is proud of its museum, rooms full of polished artifacts, your versions of your past, each labeled and lit to make you the hero or the victim as needed. The next time a memory marches in with trumpets, ask if you can walk through it without commentary, as if in a museum after hours, lights dimmed, nothing to defend. See what your body knows that your narrative has been talking over. Emptiness is a capacity, not a vacuum. It is the quiet bowl that can receive the stew. It is not the hunger that resents being fed. The professor learned this over the week he stayed. Each day, he tried to ask clever questions. Each day, the master cooked simple rice and vegetables and served them as if revelation were never elsewhere. Sometimes they swept leaves in the courtyard. Sometimes they sat watching fog unfasten itself from the ridge and drift down among the tea bushes. The professor kept finding his mind reach for labels: transcendence, immanence, cognitive bias. And each time he noticed and set the label aside, the world came into focus the way a face does when you stop trying to remember the name. One afternoon, they walked through the terraces where pickers moved in slow green waves, fingers skilled and unhurried. The master asked, "When you taste tea, what do you taste?" The professor offered origins and notes and the language of connoisseurs. The master smiled. "Yes, and also, warm, wet here." The professor laughed, not at the simplicity, but at how far he had travelled to hear a word he'd been stepping over. Here, emptying is an embodied art. Begin with the body because it is more honest than your theories. Sit on a chair as if you are not trying to impress anyone, not even yourself. Let your spine rise without stiffness, like smoke that knows where it is going. Place your feet flat on the ground and feel your weight distributed. Loosen your jaw. Drop your shoulders a thumb's width. Breathe into the lower ribs. When a thought knocks, greet it and point to a seat. Do not invite it to teach the class. Count 3 exhalations as if you were counting 3 coins into a bowl. Each exhalation is a small emptying, a return of what is no longer needed. If the mind insists on thinking, and it will, give it something simple and merciful. Feel the temperature of the air on your cheek. Listen for the farthest sound you can hear. List 3 things that are not a problem in this exact instant. The floor holding you, gravity doing its patient work, the heart beating without being asked. These are not tricks. They are doors. The room beyond them is spacious and surprising, and, importantly, not theoretical. Emptiness also has a social courage. It is the willingness to say, "I don't know," and mean it. Not as a coy performance of humility, not as a preface to a flood of certainty, but as a genuine posture of curiosity. "I don't know yet" changes the shape of the day. It makes teachers out of strangers. It allows experiments to show you what they show instead of what you demand. Try saying it aloud once where it costs you a little pride. In a meeting, at the dinner table, with a child who just asked why the sky is different after a storm. Feel the small sting. Notice that nothing essential in you was harmed. There are seasons when your cup needs not just emptying but cleaning. Old residues cloud new water. Resentments, stale victories, outdated identities, these cling. Wash them gently. A ritual helps. End your day by naming one thing you learned and one thing you can release. Write them down. Close the notebook. Place your hand on it as if sealing a letter. Then go to sleep as if you were placing your mind on a shelf for the night, to be picked up in the morning like a tool, not worn like armor. Beware of the counterfeit emptiness that is cynicism. Cynicism says everything is already known and nothing surprises. It declares the cup empty because it drilled a hole in the bottom. That is not a bowl. That is a drain. Genuine not knowing is alive. It is playful. It delights in being shown. It is frank about its preferences. And, when shown otherwise, it bows and adjusts its stance. Wherever you are skilled, your cup tends to fill fastest. The violinist has trouble hearing a new way to hold the bow. The coder resists an unfamiliar paradigm. The parent insists the second child must be raised the way the first was. The spiritual seeker rejects a practice that does not match their brand of depth. To empty, respect your mastery, and then take off your badge before you walk into the next room. Step into a beginner's shoes on purpose. Ask the newest person on your team to teach you one thing. Take a class where you are awkward. Cook with a spice you always avoid. The friction you feel is your cup loosening its grip on the old tea. Sometimes the cup fills with fear, masked as certainty. In conflict, the mind grabs conclusions the way a drowning person grabs anything. If you can, put a little space between the feeling and the story. Say, I am experiencing tightness in my chest and heat in my face. Then add, I am telling myself a story that they don't respect me. Now you have two things, separable. You can hold the sensation gently and let the story be questioned. Ask, what else might be true? You don't have to swap one certainty for another. You can widen, you can become interested. If you want a practice as simple as pouring tea, try this 3 times a day. Pause before a threshold, doorway, call, send button, and silently empty by one breath. Inhale, feel the newness that is always, inexplicably present. Exhale, let go of the last room, the last sentence, the last identity you performed. Step through, meet what's next without carrying in the entire house of your past 5 minutes. The professor left the temple with fewer answers and more ways to make space. On the last morning, he bowed to the master, who was pruning a vine. I used to think emptiness was a philosophy, the professor said. Now it feels like a posture, or a kindness. The master snipped a tendril that had curled around a dead twig. A kindness, he agreed. To the world, which would like to meet you. And to yourself, who is larger than the furniture you've arranged inside your head. Back in the city, the professor kept a small cup on his desk. When a student asked a question, he sometimes touched the rim with his fingertip to remind himself to listen until he heard the part of the question that wasn't in the words. When he read, he looked for the one sentence that made him close the book and stare out the window in a useful silence. When he ate, he noticed he was eating. When he was wrong, he noticed more quickly and apologized without the detour of justification. He felt less like a man guarding a castle and more like a man at a crossroads with a good map and the willingness to fold it and ask a passerby what they see. You can keep such a cup near you, literal or imagined. When you catch yourself rehearsing, defending, collecting proof, tip the cup a little. Let one assumption pour out. Not all, just one. When you catch yourself bracing for the next moment, tip the cup a little. When you catch yourself deciding who someone is before they've finished arriving, tip the cup a little. If you spill, on your notes, on your pride, smile. Spilling is sometimes the only way we learn the brim. Here is a small closing ritual. Make a cup of tea or water. As the kettle heats, stand with it, doing nothing else. When it sings, pour slowly enough to hear the liquid's soft applause against the cup. Before you drink, ask, not the world, but your own life. What am I full of that could be set down for now? Don't answer with a list. Feel for the one thing that rises. Name it quietly. Put it on the table beside the cup. Drink. Let the warmth spread. Let the space you made be used by whatever arrives next. Surprise, gratitude, a question you didn't know you needed, or simply the uncomplicated presence of this exact breath going in and out. Endlessly generous, filling and emptying, teaching you without a single word how to begin again. The river lay across the path like a long, muscular thought, not wide enough to be called an ocean, not tame enough to be called a stream. It held voices inside it, stone voices, rain voices, the old voices of snowmelt from mountains the traveller had never seen. On his side, the known world, a path that grew out of his footprints, trees he'd learned by their leaning, the habits that had gotten him this far. On the other side, land he needed to reach. Between them, a moving refusal. He sat and watched the water the way you watch a creature you must learn to respect in order to live. He tried to argue with it in his mind. He tried to command himself into boldness. Neither worked. The river went on being a river. So he did what people have always done when faced with more water than they can wade. He looked around for what could be tied together. He gathered fallen bamboo and light logs, his fingers learning knots from the memory of other hands, his grandfather's, his friends', a teacher's, echoing through his own. Vines became rope because need makes tools out of what is near. A woman from a farm up the slope brought a coil of real rope and said nothing, simply placed it beside him. A boy offered a crooked pole, proud of its straightness in spirit if not in wood. He lashed a raft until it held the promise of floating. He checked each knot twice. He tested near the bank where failure would be a lesson, not an obituary. He learned the raft's language, the groan that means shift your weight, the whisper that means the current is changing, the silence that means trust me. The first push away from shore felt like betrayal. The bank he knew slid backward and became unhelpful memory. The water pressed and pulled without caring about his reasons for crossing. Halfway out he thought, as everyone does, about turning back, then realized that halfway is already a kind of crossing, and the mathematics of rivers does not permit a return that is not also a going. He used the pole, then the paddle. He chose stones with his eyes and the blade of wood. He let the raft do what rafts are built to do. When the far bank came up into his hands, it did not feel like victory. It felt like relief in the shape of earth. He stood there breathing, the raft moored to a root. He could have collapsed with gratitude. He did something better. He bowed, not to the sky, not to himself, but to the thing that had carried him. The bow did not take long. Gratitude rarely needs paragraphs. Then the mind began its proud thesis. This raft is excellent. This raft is mine. I am the kind of person who builds such rafts. The future rolled out in front of him like a scroll painted with rivers. He would meet them all with the same faithful platform. He tightened the lashings. He lifted the front end to test the weight. It was heavier now that it was no longer needed. He hoisted it anyway. Every step was an argument. The hands said, "Put it down." The back said, "Put it down." The mind said, "You never know. There may be another river, and then you will be the wise one who was prepared." The raft creaked against his shoulder. He walked past a man carrying a ladder on a footpath with no walls. He walked past a woman wearing a suit of dented armor under a summer sun. He walked past a child hobbling on a splint long after the bone had healed. He did not laugh. He recognized himself in all of them. At midday, he set the raft down to drink. An old monk approached, the kind of person who looks at you in a way that makes what you're doing brighter to your own eyes. "Strong raft," the monk said. "It is," the traveller said, pleased. "Saved your life," the monk offered. "It did," the traveler said, and felt the warmth of the truth. And now you are saving it, the monk continued, from being used by anyone else. The traveler looked toward the river. He had not thought of that. Clinging is often dressed in the clothes of responsibility. The monk squatted and ran a finger along a lashing. Good knots, he said. Good raft. Bow to it, then leave it. He stood and began walking. He did not check whether the advice was followed. Wisdom does not chase. The traveler drank and thought, and finally did the simplest, fiercest thing. He untied the rope. He pushed the raft into a quiet eddy, not to be lost, but to be found by the next person who needed it. He watched it bob and settle against the bank, like a dog circling before sleep. He felt something unclasp inside his chest, the place where the raft had already become more than wood and vine, had become identity. He left lighter than he had arrived, though his pouch contained exactly what it had before. This is how tools work when they are honest. They get you across. This is how idolatry begins when it is subtle. It mistakes the tool for the crossing. A method, a belief, a habit, a person, a role. Each can be a raft. Each can be worshipped long after the river has been left behind. You can test your own shoulders for marks where you've been pressing a raft into your flesh. Maybe it is a technique that once calmed you, the app, the breathing count, the playlist, that you now obey even when it no longer calms but only distracts. Maybe it is a rule that's kept you safe in one season. Never speak first. Always be agreeable. Don't trust anyone. Now costing you conversations, respect, love. Maybe it is a routine that made you productive, carried into a season that needs rest more than output. Maybe it is an idea about yourself, the resilient one, the fixer, the quiet one, that once stabilized you and now keeps you from asking for help, from telling the truth, from singing loudly when the song is good. The question is not, was the raft good? Of course it was. It saved you. The question is this the place to carry it? And under that, the more intimate question, what am I afraid will happen if I put it down? Fear often answers with a catalogue of rivers. It forgets that you're not just a collector of rafts, you're a learner of crossings. Every time you refuse to carry, you trust that your skill, your neighbours, your ingenuity, or simple patience will meet the next water as needed. That trust is the muscle worth strengthening. Putting down is not the same as throwing away. Sometimes you will stash the raft where others can find it. Sometimes you will take a length of rope as a memento and a practical tool. Sometimes you will leave only your footprints and the memory of how the knots were made. Gratitude bows, clinging clutches. Bowing softens the hands for letting go. There are places where carrying makes sense, a stretch of marsh with quiet streams, a flat where the river braids and you'll need to cross and recross quickly. Wisdom is not allergic to prudence. The difference is felt in the body. Carrying from fear tightens and narrows you. Carrying from care is specific, temporary, and flexible. You know what you're doing and why. You put it down when the reason passes. Consider the modern crossings. You found a therapy that helped you untangle grief. It gave you language, tools, a way to sit with yourself. Years later, you reject any conversation or insight that doesn't fit that framework, as if other doorways were threats. You used a certain diet to stabilize your health. Now you refuse dinner with friends because the menu doesn't fit the rules that once saved you. You learned productivity systems that turned chaos into order. Now you spend more time perfecting the system than living your life. The raft worked. Bow. Then look up. The bank may have changed. A simple inventory can reveal what rides your shoulders. Ask quietly, maybe while washing a cup, what did I build to cross that I still carry? Let answers arrive without judgment. Write them, even if they feel silly. The schedule, the self-deprecating joke, the posture you use in meetings, the way you apologize for asking questions, the habit of saying yes, because once it kept you included. For each, ask 4 kind questions. Does this still serve? What is it protecting? What is it costing? If I put it down, what goodness would become possible? Do not answer from fear's mouth. Answer from the clean part of you that knows when something is over. If you want the body to help, involve it. Bring to mind a raft you carry. Notice where in your body it lives. Maybe it sits on your shoulders. Maybe it clamps your jaw. Maybe it occupies the belly like an old coin. Place a hand there. Inhale as if inflating space around it. Exhale as if loosening a knot, one thread at a time. You might even make a small, literal gesture, hands miming the act of setting something on the ground. The nervous system learns from the muscles. Let the gesture be the teacher's old sentence. Leave it. There is a temptation, especially among the earnest, to turn leaving into another raft, a shiny new identity of the one who lets go. Be wary. I'm so unattached is just a raft with finer trim. You'll know you're doing it when you refuse to commit, love, risk, or grieve because attachment might happen. That's not freedom. That's fear in minimalist clothing. Tools serve love. They do not replace it. Sometimes letting go means changing the form, but keeping the essence. The traveler met another river weeks later. It did not care about his previous success. It ran in a canyon where there was no bamboo, no vines, only cold granite and a rumor of a rope bridge a mile upstream. If he had insisted on the raft story, he would have sat by the water, resentful and pure. Instead, he walked. He found a place where a fallen tree had made a natural bridge. He crossed on his hands and knees, laughing at how dignity shrinks when safety grows. He learned to wait when the river swelled, and to go at dawn when it ran lower. He learned to ask for help, and to pay the ferryman when help had a price. He learned that skillful means are plural. There is an old word for this flexibility, skillful means. It points to the art of tailoring the tool to the terrain, the medicine to the malady, the word to the ear that hears it. Making an idol of a method is the opposite. It stuffs the living present into yesterday's frame and calls that fidelity. Fidelity is to the crossing, not to the raft. You can see the difference when people meet people. If a practice keeps you from seeing the person in front of you, it has become an idol. If a belief prevents compassion, it has turned into armor. If a routine makes you efficient at the cost of being kind, it has snuck into the place where values should be. The test is simple enough for a pocket. Does this help me meet what's here with clarity and care? If yes, keep it. If no, bow and set it down. There are rituals that make letting go less abstract. At day's end, pick up a book, not to read, but to hold the weight. Think of one thing you carried longer than you needed today. The comment that stung, the caution that was out of date, the plan you overprotected. Whisper thanks to the part of you that wanted to keep you safe. Then place the book on a shelf and say, aloud if you can, I leave this for the night. In the morning, decide whether it belongs in your hands or still on the shelf. If it belongs, pick it up fresh. If not, let it gather dust and become a story that does not need retelling. Or take a small stone on your walk. When you catch yourself rehearsing, defending, gripping, move the stone from one pocket to the other. Feel the shift. Let it be the raft leaving your shoulder. Over time, your pockets will tell the tale of your crossings. Also learn to spot the sunk cost spell. The more we carry, the more we insist the carrying was necessary. The traveller felt that pull. Every step makes this raft more mine, therefore more worthy of being carried. He cut the spell with a question. If I met this raft here for the first time, would I choose to lift it? When the answer was no, he stopped pretending yes. Humility breaks the spell faster than logic. Not every putting down is gentle. Sometimes you'll have to pry your identity from your method. Sometimes you will set something down and feel naked because you had been using it as clothing. That is okay. Nakedness exposes you to weather and also to sun. When new rivers come, you will meet them with a wardrobe that fits the climate, not a museum of outfits you loved once. When the traveller returned along that path months later, he paused at the old crossing. A new raft, not his, was tied there. Different lashings, different logs. He smiled. Tools passed between strangers are a quiet economy. He crossed on stepping stones this time. The water was low and bright, and his feet remembered balance. On the far bank he found only the ground and his breath. He did not miss the weight on his shoulder. He missed nothing. He noticed everything. The grain of rock under his toes, the way the current stitched light, the feeling of having what he needed and not more. If you are listening to this with something heavy pressed between your ribs, a method, a rule, a story that once saved you, try a little ceremony right now. Picture it clearly. Thank it for the exact river it carried you across. Name that river so gratitude has a target. Then, in your mind or with your hands, set it down beside you. You are not throwing it into the sea. You are leaving it where someone who needs it can find it, including the you of tomorrow, if tomorrow's river demands it. For this breath, walk without it. Notice the shape of freedom not as a doctrine, but as a sensation. Shoulders lower, jaw softer, attention unarmored. This is the promise hidden inside the parable. The crossing matters. The carrying does not. And you, lighter, kinder, more awake, are not the raft. You are the one who learns to cross. They gathered in the courtyard because the evening promised a clean sky. The teacher stood with them quietly, a small cluster of candles among larger shadows. When the moon lifted its pale bowl above the roofline, a murmur went through the students, the way a room breathes differently when someone beloved enters. The teacher raised a finger, not dramatic, just clear, and pointed. Several students leaned toward the finger itself, studying its angle and knuckle and the soft tremor at its tip. One student, new and eager, whispered, "Is the tremor the secret?" Another, more seasoned, frowned. "No, see the wrist. The wrist is relaxed. That must be it." A third took out a notebook and sketched the silhouette of finger and hand, annotating with arrows. Curvature, orientation, elevation from the horizon. Someone began to argue for a particular lineage of pointing, how masters had pointed historically, whether with the right or left hand, palm up or down, index, or middle. The teacher said nothing. The moon hung there like an uncomplicated miracle. A child from the village wandered through the gate, saw the curve of light, and simply looked up. The child didn't know what a finger meant or didn't mean. She knew the moon. She stood in its spill, mouth slightly open, and let her eyes fill. Later the teacher would tell the story, not to embarrass the students, but to save them time. Pointers matter, he would say. They help you orient. But the point of a pointer is to be outgrown the moment it has done its job. The moon is not on the finger. The finger is not important because of itself. It's important because of where it sends your attention. This confusion, mistaking the indicator for the indicated, shows up everywhere, slipping into our days dressed as common sense. We read a menu and then keep rereading it while the bowl of soup cools in front of us. We scroll through photographs of oceans while a real tide whispers within earshot. We memorize a beloved's text and then fail to notice the tear standing in their actual eye. We collect quotes about peace and forget to feel the breath, which is the only place peace ever occurs. Words are good servants and terrible landlords. They organize, teach, and pass along that which might otherwise be lost to time. Yet the word sweet will never dissolve on your tongue. The word forgiveness cannot unknot the chest by itself. The word moon is a staircase. It is not the light. Try making a small experiment out of your next ordinary moment. Choose something you usually label: tree, coffee, traffic, friend. For 10 seconds, meet it without the label. Feel the rough, soft, solid liquid of it. Notice color not as a name but as a sensation, that exact shade between green and shadow, that glaze of brown in the cup that is almost red. Hear the sound of tires as texture. Watch a face as movement and warmth and micro-expressions you don't have to capture. The mind will keep offering its filing system. Smile at it and keep looking. You're not banishing the label. You're gently setting it on the table while you taste the thing itself. Rituals are also pointers. Lighting a candle before you sit, bowing to a cushion, repeating a phrase. These don't cause truth. They prepare you to notice it. They are like knocking before you enter a room so you don't startle whoever lives there. A ritual that has become the main act will turn you into a custodian of candles instead of a student of silence. The test is practical. When the ritual is absent, no cushion, no app, no quiet room, can you still turn toward the same moon by way of a single breath and a softening jaw? If yes, the ritual is serving you. If no, the ritual is running you. Metrics are handsome fingers. A step counter points to moving your body. A streak counter points to consistency. A heart rate monitor points to the living drum in your chest. Soon, though, the number becomes the moon. You walk in anxious squares at 11:58 p.m. because 9,000 steps is failure and 10,000 is salvation. You meditate to save a streak. You lift weights for the graph. Ask the simplest questions. How does my body feel now? Am I kinder after this practice? Do I leave the mat more available to other people's humanity? If the answers are tight, no, and not really, the finger is wagging while the moon waits. Beliefs and doctrines are fingers too, maps drawn by travelers who honestly wanted you to find your way. Maps are priceless when you're lost and irrelevant when your feet already know the path. There's a kind of security in defending a map, especially in the company of others who treasure the same paper. You can spend years polishing the legend, arguing the borderlines, adjusting the scale. And then a small bird settles on a branch and sings a note that rearranges the room inside your chest. No map marked that spot. That's the trouble and the wonder. Life keeps getting here ahead of our explanations. None of this is a call to disdain pointers. It's an invitation to let them keep their job description. Study can be a love letter to reality when it sends you back to look. Tradition can be a hand on your shoulder when it sets you gently facing the world. Even rules can be merciful when they encourage integrity rather than perform it. There is a practice for learning the difference. Call it pointer, moon. Take a common scene. You're in a conversation and the other person uses a phrase you dislike. Notice the click inside. We're doing this again. I know what this means. Label that click pointer, then ask, what is the moon? Maybe it's the ache in their voice. Maybe it's the boundary you haven't stated. Maybe it's the exhaustion in both of you that wants to be fed, not argued with. Look where the pointing might be aiming, to the human event happening underneath the words. Respond to that if you can, or you're reading a book about compassion. A beautiful paragraph says we are all connected. Close the book for 1 minute. Put your hand on your sternum. Breathe. Remember one person you find difficult. Let the breath be an unadorned exchange, in for you, out for them. You have just walked from the finger to the moon, from talk about to taste of. The arts of labeling help us coordinate. The danger arrives when labels become cages. I am anxious can harden into I am an anxious person, and then into I can't do X because I am an anxious person, when the moment might be asking only for 3 slower breaths and an honest sentence. The label can be kind when it normalizes suffering and opens doors to support. It can be cruel when it becomes the only story. Practice saying, I'm noticing anxiety the way you'd say, I'm noticing rain. You might still carry an umbrella. You also might look up and see the way water makes colors deeper. Technology litters our days with fingers. Notifications point to messages. Messages point to people. People point to the mysterious aliveness that passes between 2 beating hearts. It's easy to stop at the first or second link. You respond to a notification, but don't really read the message. You read the message, but don't let yourself be moved enough to answer with your full humanity. Or you like something and postpone the more vulnerable act of telling a friend. That thing you wrote felt like you were sitting beside me at 3 a.m., and I needed that. If a rectangle in your hand can be a doorway, it can also be a cul-de-sac. Stand sometimes on the threshold and ask, what is this pointing to that I could touch more directly? Even the body's sensations are fingers. A tight jaw points to unspoken truth or old fear. A fluttering belly points to risk, which might be danger or might be aliveness stretching its wings. A sudden flood of warmth points to love, or to the chili you just ate. The practice here is gentle curiosity. Don't smash the dashboard because a light came on. Don't worship the light either. Look under the hood. Ask the question out loud, softly. What are you pointing me toward? Then wait and listen, as if you respect your own inner animal. Teachers, the living kind, are also pointers. This is tender ground. Love your teachers well. Honor the effort they made, the nights they stayed up practicing, the courage it took to speak truth in a room that wasn't ready. But don't confuse their hand for the moon. A teacher worth keeping will keep turning your face toward your own direct knowing. When you catch yourself collecting teachers like stamps, pause and go stand outside. There's a tree. There's the sky, indifferent to charisma. Put your palm on your ribs. Feel the rise and fall. Let one breath teach you. Here's a sequence you can try when caught in theory. First, stop. Literally stop moving for 2 seconds. Second, feel one sensation that is not negotiable, like the pressure in your feet or the temperature on your cheek. Third, take one honest action you can feel in your hand. Sip water, open a window, place your phone face down, touch the shoulder of someone you love, with consent. Fourth, ask a quiet question. What, right now, is the moon? Fifth, if you must use words, use the fewest that allow the action to happen. Because we are human, we will keep mistaking pointers for moons. Marketing depends on it. Pride adores it. Fear finds safety in rehearsing the map of how things are. The antidote is not to smash all fingers. It is to keep looking up, looking in, looking through, looking around until the thing itself announces itself with a click of recognition, a drop to the belly, a softening behind the eyes. Then, the simplest signs follow. You stop rehearsing, you start tasting. In the monastery kitchen, a novice once asked the cook for the secret to enlightenment. The cook handed him a knife and a carrot. The novice waited for a mantra. The cook tapped the board with a fingernail. The novice sighed and began slicing. The knife made a rhythm on the wood. By the 4th carrot, the kitchen became a place rather than a notion. By the 6th, the novice's breath had slipped into the same rhythm as his hands. By the 8th, something like gratitude rose, unasked, like steam. The secret turned out not to be a secret at all. It was contact. The cook's tap was a finger. The rhythm was a moonbeam. The moon was the act itself, done with a whole body. You can create a small ceremony to train the eyes. Call it "Look Where It Points." Place 3 items on a table: a photograph you love, a passage of words you've underlined, and something edible. First, gaze at the photograph. Notice the life it points to, what you felt when you were there, what you miss, what is still accessible now, perhaps the quality of light, perhaps the friendship that persists. Then read the passage slowly. Close your eyes and ask which part of you wants to move in response. Your spine, your mouth, your hands. Let that part move an inch. Finally, eat the edible thing with all the permission to enjoy it that the other 2 items were trying to give you. When you're done, thank the photograph and the passage for pointing so faithfully, and notice, with a smile, that neither can do the eating. There is a humility in the moon that cannot be faked. It doesn't argue. It doesn't petition for belief. It simply shines. And any finger that helps you see it earns its place for a moment, and then dissolves. When you bump into someone else's finger, another faith, another flavor of practice, you don't have to snap it off. You can follow it and see whether the light it promises is real. If it is, you'll know by the felt markers: a warmer heart, a quieter defensiveness, a clearer eye. If it isn't, you can bow and return to the sky you trust. And what about speaking? If words are pointers, should we be silent? Silence is beautiful when it is alive, not when it is cowardly. When you do speak, try to let your words behave like that teacher's hand. Clear, unsticky, willing to be ignored the instant the listener finds the thing you hoped they would find. Speak from contact rather than theory. The soup was hot and sweet, not the nature of soup is. I felt small and then relieved, not humans always. Language like that doesn't block the moon. It turns the face toward it. Before bed, step outside if you can. If there's a sky, there's a lesson. Maybe the moon is hidden tonight. That too teaches. Some nights the truth is there and you cannot see it. And still the pull of tides continues. And still the light is working on another part of the world. Maybe the moon is a thin scratch or a swollen lantern. Lift a finger, your finger, and point, not as an expert, but as a reminder to your own mind. Look up, feel the bigness enter through your eyes and settle behind your ribs. Then lower your hand and let the pointing end where it should, in the uncomplicated company of what is actually here. Cool air, a scatter of stars, your breath arriving and departing like a tide you did not create and do not have to manage. Stand there until the need to name things softens. When you go back inside, take the light with you, not the myth of it, not the diagram, but the felt piece of night that somehow makes room in you for everything you've been trying to hold. If you forget tomorrow, there will be more fingers. A line in a book, the way a child falls asleep on a train, the burn of tea on your tongue, each a small arrow. The invitation is always the same. Follow it until the arrow disappears and you are simply where it was pointing. Then, because you are kind, let the finger go. Let it join 1,000 other honest pointers in the museum where we keep our gratitude. And step back into the light that was never elsewhere. The arrow arrived in the middle of an ordinary afternoon. It made a sound no one expects to hear in a peaceful place. A dry thwack, like a stick snapping, followed by the stunned cry of a man who had been telling a story and now couldn't finish his sentence. He staggered 2 steps. The world narrowed to a single hot point under his ribs. People ran. Someone shouted for a healer. Children froze with half-laughed faces. The man, his mind trained, curious, proud of being curious, did what his mind always did when it met the unknown. He asked questions. What sort of arrow is this? Who's fletching? From which wood was the shaft carved? Was the tip iron, bone, or obsidian? Who crafted it? From which village? Which clan? Which motive? Whose grudge? He examined the feathering as if identifying a bird at dawn. His breath came in little scraps. Blood darkened his tunic in an expanding argument. The healer knelt and reached for the shaft. We must cut the shaft, draw the barb, burn the wound. You are poisoned. Wait, the man said, teeth clenched. I will not be made a fool. Tell me first whether the poison is derived from snake or plant. Tell me whether the archer stood upwind. Tell me whether he hates my father or my ideas or my habit of laughing at the wrong time. The healer looked at the crowd, looked at the man, and felt the ache a teacher feels when someone he loves is brilliant at the wrong moment. Friend, she said quietly, you are bleeding. And because parables are merciless in the way truth is merciful, the story ends there in some tellings. He dies clutching the rope of his questions while the water he actually needed spilled at his knees. Not because questions are bad, but because there are moments when curiosity is a luxury and triage is sacred. That is the whole teaching. Treat the wound first, then study the arrow. If this seems obvious on a dusty road with an actual barb in your side, Notice how you refuse it in the subtler wars of your day. The email you read as an insult is an arrow. The shock in your stomach when a friend doesn't answer is an arrow. The spiraling thought at 2 a.m. that asks, "What if it's all going to fall apart?" Arrow. We are hit, and then we build a courtroom around the arrow. Who did it? Why they did it? What this means about them? What this means about us? How to prevent any arrow ever again? Meanwhile, the wound makes its simple request. Please attend to me. Pain is the first arrow. Life fires it. Bodies age, plans fail, people leave, weather shifts, mistakes happen. The second arrow is fired by the mind. Reactivity, resistance. The story that multiplies the first pain into many. We can't always stop the first. We can learn to stop arming the second. Begin small. When something pierces, an unkind comment, a sudden pang of shame, catch the moment before the story recruits an army. You can feel it. The breath tightens high in the chest. The jaw hardens. Vision narrows as if the body were building a tunnel toward trouble. Put a hand where the body is shouting. Don't try to fix the sensation. Let your palm be a warm animal. Breathe slowly enough that the exhale lasts a heartbeat longer than the inhale. Say the simplest true sentence, an arrow, not "I'm ruined," or "they always," or "I never." Just an arrow. You may want to explain, assign blame, extract meaning. Let the mind write its essay later. Right now, ask 3 practical questions the healer would ask. Am I safe? What helps? What harms? If you are not safe, act, step away, call, close the door, say no. If you are safe but hurting, choose one tiny physical kindness that reduces the poison's spread. Drink water, sit down, put your phone face down, place bare feet on the floor, splash cool water on your face, step outside, and look at a distance farther than the room. These are not grand solutions. They are antidotes to the second arrow's velocity. You can give yourself a pocket mantra for when the mind insists on the autopsy before the surgery. What now, not why now. Why will have its hour. What now picks up the bandages. There is a tenderness to this that is not sentimental. Imagine a friend appearing at your door with an arrow in his shoulder. You would not ask for the genealogy of his enemies or for a literature review on the best shaft woods before finding a cloth and stopping the bleeding. Treat yourself as you would treat that friend. How strange that we often demand our own suffering, earn the right to be soothed by presenting a perfect narrative. Sometimes the arrow is grief. Grief has a way of convincing the mind that if it can arrange the facts in the correct order, date, time, last words, what if only, the heart will be spared. It won't. The heart asks for presence, not prosecution. In those hours, triage is simple and difficult. Steady the breath, keep the body fed and watered, let tears fulfill their function. Ask for company, even if it's only someone breathing on the other end of a line. Put complexity on a shelf and take down the basics. The shelf will still be there in a week when you are strong enough for the arrows of meaning. Sometimes the arrow is anger. Anger is hot medicine with a short shelf life. Left uncorked, it scalds what you love. The first aid kit for anger has 3 items: time, movement, and clarity. Time, a pause, long enough for adrenaline to subside. 90 seconds of breath can turn a blaze into embers you can warm your hands by. Movement, walk fast, push against a wall, squeeze something and release. Let the body discharge the electric surge. Clarity, one specific sentence about what you need that doesn't include an accusation. I need 10 minutes. I need you to ask before using that. I need to be spoken to without sarcasm. Treat the burn. Do not invent the entire history of fire. Sometimes the arrow is fear in the shape of questions that multiply like ivy. What will happen if, and what if that, and what if after that? You will never outthink fear when fear has taken over thinking. You can only change the state. Lengthen your exhale. Place a cool glass on your forehead. Name 5 blue things in the room. Hum. Vibration tells the nervous system a different story. Tell yourself, not solving, soothing. Solve later, when the blood has returned to the part of your brain that is good at solving. There will be times when the arrow is literal, an ache, a diagnosis, a body that refuses your old commands. Here too, the teaching holds. Stabilize first. Don't Google in the dark is a modern koan. Ask a professional. Ask for a plan. Eat something that isn't a plan. Lay the body down. The questions will ripen into useful ones when panic is not writing them. The mind will argue, but if I don't understand why, it will happen again. This has some truth. Understanding reduces certain risks, but understanding while you are bleeding is often a performance for the part of you that hates feeling helpless. Let the helplessness be felt, briefly and exactly. It passes faster when it's welcomed as a guest than when it's chased around the house. After the wound is cleaned and dressed, after the heart is not sprinting, then sit down with a clear head and ask why, with kindness. You will ask better questions. You will hear truer answers. You can build your own simple triage ritual so that when the arrow comes, you don't have to invent your care on the spot. Call it a 3-breath protocol. First breath, name it. Pain, fear, anger, shame, loss, not to trap it but to admit it. Second breath, locate it, throat, chest, gut, face, and let the breath touch that place as if rinsing a cut. Third breath, choose one helpful action. Step away, sip, text, can you talk? Put a hand on your sternum, open a window. The ritual takes less time than the second arrow takes to knock itself. You might keep a tiny kit on your desk or in your bag as a physical reminder, a smooth stone to hold when the mind is skidding, a card with 3 sentences. You're hurting. I'm here. We'll handle the rest soon. A peppermint, a photo of someone who believes you can survive hard moments. When you grab the kit, you are telling your body, we know what to do first. In the thick of pain, analysis masquerades as agency, but agency is often simpler. Agency is water, food, a call, a boundary, a nap. Agency is choosing not to read comments when your skin is thin. Agency is closing the news tab after you have the information you need for responsible action. Agency is the smallest kindness you can enact inside the minute you are living. If the kindness cannot be enacted, the next kindness is not to scold yourself for being human. Once the wound is tended, investigation becomes powerful. Then you can ask the moon questions. Where did that arrow come from? Do I keep standing in a field where arrows fly? Did I march there out of habit? What belief made me an easy target? What boundary failed? Which skill do I need to learn? Which person do I need to stop handing a bow to? This is the dignity of why after what now. You are not flailing, you are learning. You can make vows that are not made of panic. Next time, I will pause before replying. Next time, I will leave the room when voices rise. Next time, I will put the phone down an hour before sleep. Next time, I will ask for clarification instead of inventing a motive. These vows are stitches. They hold. There is a hard truth hiding kindly in this teaching. Sometimes we prefer the museum of reasons to the simple act of care, because care implies worthiness. If I treat the wound first, I am admitting I deserve help without a thesis. Many of us were trained to earn relief with explanations. Try disobeying that training once today. Offer yourself the glass of water, the breath, the pause, the call, without argument. Feel the strangeness. It is the strangeness of freedom. A story, to make it practical. A woman sits in her car after a meeting where her idea was ignored and then repeated by someone else who received praise. She feels the arrow enter, heat in her face, the urge to cry and to rage at once. The courtroom arrives. They always do this. I'm invisible. I should have said, why didn't I? She catches herself. She puts one hand on the center of the steering wheel, one on her chest. 3 breaths. Arrow. She drinks from the bottle on the seat. She texts a friend. Got hit. Need 5 minutes of listening later. The friend writes back a heart. The pressure in her chest drops by a millimeter. When she gets home, she walks briskly to shake off the fight chemicals. Only then does she sit with a notebook and ask useful questions. Did I speak in a way that hid my idea? Is there a pattern with this colleague I can address? Which sentence can I say next time? She writes one. I'm glad this is landing. This is the same point I made a moment ago. Here's how we can build on it. She practices it once aloud. She closes the notebook. The arrow becomes information instead of identity. Another story. A man wakes at 3:17 a.m. with the thought that his life is behind schedule. The second arrow is a machine. It wants to run. He doesn't let it. He shifts onto his back, places both hands on his belly, and breathes into his hands for 10 cycles, counting only the exhales. He whispers, thinking later. He imagines setting a heavy bag beside the bed labeled tomorrow. He sleeps. In the morning, with coffee and daylight and a less dramatic brain, he spends 20 minutes listing 3 small actions he can take toward the thing that was scaring him. He does the first before noon. Sometimes triage is that plain. A final thing. Treating the wound first does not mean tolerating the archer forever. Once stable, you get to build a life where fewer arrows fly. The boundary you enforce, the habit you stop rewarding, the friendship you stop feeding, the cause you support so fewer people get hit. Compassion is not passivity. It's sequencing, pain, care, learning, action, in that order as often as needed. Before you sleep tonight, you might rehearse the steps so the body remembers when you're startled awake. Lie on your back if you can. Feel the weight of you supported. Place a hand wherever your day was sorest. Breathe into that place with no agenda but to be warm. Say one line to the part of you that got pierced. I see you. Then add the line that makes all the difference. We'll treat this first. Picture the healer's hands, whether that healer is you or someone you will call in the morning. Cutting the shaft, drawing the barb, cleaning the wound. Picture the part of you that loves answers waiting patiently nearby, sharpening its pencil. Let it wait. There will be time for questions when the bleeding slows. For now, let the body be a house where triage is honored, where pain is met before it is explained, where you are rescued from your own brilliant delay and returned gently to the simple kindness of the next breath in and the next breath out. The forest had learned his name and whispered it through the trees. Travelers heard it in the rustle of tall grass, in the sudden silence of birds, a syllable like a blade, Angulimala, finger garland, the man who counted his killings on a necklace of the dead. On the path, people walked faster where the canopy thickened. Mothers folded their stories over their children like extra blankets. Do not go near the old road. Do not go near the ravine. Do not go near the man who makes a tally of lives. But stories have prefaces, and his began far from the forest. He was once called Ahimsaka, harmless. He had a clean brow, a sharp mind, hands that wanted to learn. In the city, he studied under a famous teacher, the kind of man whose praise could make a future and whose frown could wither it. The student excelled so effortlessly that trouble slid toward him from the corners of the room. The teacher's other pupils felt eclipsed. A whisper started that Ahimsaka was currying favor. The teacher's wife saw too much light in her husband's eyes when the boy arrived. Envy is a quiet engineer. It designs disasters out of drafts of almost nothing. One evening, after a dozen small slanders had done their work, the teacher summoned Ahimsaka with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You will complete your study," he said, "with a final offering to knowledge. Bring me 1,000 right index fingers, one from each bandit and villain in the forest. You will rid the world of danger and prove your courage." He spoke in riddles and was pleased to hear how noble they sounded in his own mouth. Ahimsaka, still too young to smell poison when it is poured into a gold cup, nodded. The path of ruin was rolled out like a silk rug, and he stepped onto it believing it was a road to blessing. He went into the forest with good intentions sharpened into a knife. At first he sought the truly dangerous. He told himself stories of purifying the land. But blood has a way of altering what it touches. The face of the dangerous widened. Hunger thrummed behind his eyes. He began to take fingers from those whose only crime was crossing his path. To count the bodies and not lose track, he strung the fingers into a garland. To forget himself, he hardened. When the first rains came, he shouted at the sky. The necklace grew heavier. The name Ahimsaka slipped from his skin like old bark. Angulimala settled, iron and inevitable. In the villages, the rumor became a shape. Men armed themselves in groups that dissolved when they reached the first dark bend in the road. The king posted rewards. Prayers multiplied. Angulimala sharpened his blade and stopped sleeping much. He felt safe only at the edge of exhaustion, when the dreamless dark erased the faces he had added to his count. One morning he tracked a caravan and took 2 more fingers. He was close now, a number like a cliff edge. He looked at the garland and counted, mouth moving, heart choking on arithmetic. 999. The teacher's vow hung in him like a bell. 1,000 would complete the circle. The mind does strange math when it thinks salvation is 1 act away. He lifted his head and saw, on the path below, a figure moving with the unremarkable steadiness of someone who belonged to the day the way a river belongs to its bed. The robe was dusty. The feet were calloused. The man's face held no calculation, no fear, no plea. It was a face like clean water. Angulimala felt his muscles tighten to do what muscles had been taught. His hand went to his knife. He moved to intercept, feet quiet from long practice. As he stepped onto the path, the figure looked up and met his eyes the way one meets a sparrow, with interest, without alarm. It wasn't defiance, it was seeing. Angulimala, used to shouts and running, found himself briefly confused. Then the machine of habit restarted. He lunged. The man kept walking. The distance did not close. Angulimala quickened his pace. He ran. The man walked on as if time had complicated itself. The forest bent around this odd geometry. Pursuit without progress. Calm that couldn't be approached by force. Sweat ran into Angulimala's eyes. He sprinted until his breath was a torn cloth, the garland thudding against his chest. The man's robe moved gently, as if in a breeze Angulimala could not feel. "Stop!" Angulimala roared. The man turned and said in a voice that carried like a bell, "I have stopped. You have not." The sentence entered Angulimala like water entering a room when the door is opened. He staggered. The knife in his hand suddenly resembled a child's toy, ridiculous, small, out of place. "What do you mean?" he heard himself ask, in the tone of someone woken from a fever and embarrassed to be seen sweating. "I have stopped doing harm," the man said. "I have stopped chasing the world with hunger. You are still running after what can't be caught." Angulimala's legs gave up their argument with distance. He fell to his knees. The garland slid and clacked softly. He saw, in a quick and blinding clarity, that he had been obeying a story written by someone else's bitterness, that his vow had been a leash, that each finger was a door his life had refused to walk through and had walled up instead. He began to shake, the way a body shakes when it finally stops performing hardness. "Who are you?" His voice was small. "A friend," said the man, and then, after a breath, because the world sometimes needs labels to trust, "a monk, a student of the way that stops the fire." Something in Angulimala had been waiting for a word like friend and a word like stop. He put the knife down. It made a noise like surrender on a stone. He took the garland from his neck. The smell rose, the sweet, rotten truth of what he'd made of his life. He didn't look away. He held the thing and felt its weight for the first time instead of hiding it behind rage. He set it beside the knife. "If there is a way to undo what I have done," he said, "teach me." The monk did not promise magic. He did not recite a charm. He said, "Come and learn how not to harm." And he turned back toward the city, walking at a pace that included a person who needed to learn how to walk again. Angulimala followed. With each step, he left something behind that had once felt indispensable. He left the hut where he counted his kills. He left the path that never ended. He left his name pinned to a tree by the wind. He left the last finger unclaimed. To some losses he bowed. To others, he simply turned his back and did not reach for them again. At the monastery, the air smelled of boiled rice and clean straw. The monk shaved Angulimala's head and put a robe on him, plain and rough. Angulimala's hands trembled over the folds. He had dressed himself for battle so long that dressing for peace felt like stepping onto a floor that might not hold. He learned to sit. It was humiliating at first, like teaching a wild animal to be still. His mind, unaccustomed to kindness, threw sharp objects. He watched them come and go as instructed, the way one watches a river, not responsible for its water, only for not jumping in every time a log floats by. He learned to sweep the courtyard with a soft broom. He learned to wash his bowl, to place it down without a clatter, to hear the echo when he forgot, and to bow to the echo as a teacher. He slept some nights, all the way through. News travelled faster than absolution. Villagers heard that the bandit had been taken in by monks. Men gathered with sticks. Women spat when he passed. Children hid behind legs, their eyes peeking with furious curiosity. Even some monks tightened when he entered the hall. Angulimala understood. He carried his shame the way one carries a jar of oil to the temple. Carefully, both hands, knowing any spill will mark the floor. One day, the king arrived with soldiers, his face a grip of anger and duty. The monks lined the walkway and bowed. Angulimala stepped forward, the robe barely his yet, and bowed too, palms together, forehead lowered to the dust that softened everyone's knees. The king's hand went to his sword. He looked at the monk beside Angulimala, the same one whose gaze had stopped the chase, and then back at the shaved head, the empty hands, the eyes holding no defiance. The king's anger felt suddenly like a river he had been carrying in a jar. "Is this the bandit who wore the garland?" he asked, voice hard out of habit. The monk nodded. He was. Now he is a student. "Can a tree become a fish?" the king asked bitterly. "A tree can become wood for a bridge," the monk said. "And a fish can learn to rest where the current is gentle." He didn't argue. He stood the way mountains stand when storms arrive. Not hostile, not submissive, merely present and entirely themselves. Something in the king loosened a finger's width. He told his men to stand down. He said to Angulimala, "The debt between you and my people is larger than any speech. But if the one I trust can stand beside you, I will not cut you down today." He left in a noise of armor that felt less like threat and more like weather. It was not forgiveness. It was the space in which forgiveness could eventually grow. The hardest part was not sitting through the mind's parade. It was going for arms. He walked the same paths where he had once hunted, bowl in hand, look lowered, each step a sentence of apology. Some slammed doors, some shouted. A few placed a crust in his bowl with a hand that trembled more than his did. One morning stones flew. They burst on his shoulder, his ribs. Blood came the rightful color. He did not defend himself. He returned to the monastery stumbling and left a red trail on the threshold. The monk met him there and helped him inside. "The world is closing old accounts," he said as he cleaned the cuts. "We cannot argue with the ledger, only keep it from writing new lines." Angulimala cried the kind of tears that come when the body knows it is no longer required to be invulnerable. Blood and water mingled on the floor and then were washed away. Time passed, doing its ordinary holy work. The edges of Angulimala's anger dulled. The hands that had been skilled only at harm learned the weight of a bucket, the temperature of rice when it is done but not mush, the way to fold a robe that shows respect for cloth and for skin. Words, which he had used as bait and threat, became simple tools. "Thank you. Forgive me. May I help?" He woke some mornings with a garland in his throat and sat still until it dissolved back into memory where it belonged. One afternoon, on the road where the grass grew in a restless fur, he heard a woman cry out. He recognized the sound not as fear of him, but as the old cry of a body at the boundary between two worlds. A pregnant woman had fallen by the path. Her labor had turned to distress. Villagers gathered in a helpless ring, praying and arguing in equal parts. No midwife could be found. Seeing him approach, a man drew back with a hiss. "You," he spat, "you who made mothers bury pieces of their children, you dare to come near a woman laboring?" Angulimala bowed, shame flushing his scalp, and stepped back. Then he heard, from his training, the other voice, the one that asks not, "Am I allowed?" but "What helps?" He knelt on the edge of the circle and said to the monk beside him, "Give me a truth I can speak that does no harm." The monk nodded once and said quietly, "Speak this. Sister, since I took refuge in a path of non-harm, I have not knowingly harmed a living being. By this truth, may you and your child be well." It was important that the truth be true. Words have power when they fit the exact shape of what is. Angulimala repeated it, not grandly, not as a spell, but as a plain statement placed carefully on the threshold between fear and birth. The woman's breath steadied. Something turned inside her. Not because a bandit became a saint in an instant, but because truth has always been helpful. The child slid forward, screaming the scream of arrival. The mother sobbed laughter. The circle unclenched. A midwife finally hurried up the path, late but happy to be late. Someone looked at Angulimala with less hatred than yesterday. He did not look up to catch it. He walked back to the monastery with a feeling he could not name at first, because it had been so long since he'd earned it, the feeling of having been of use. He sat outside the hall and watched the afternoon move into evening without demanding anything from it. He remembered the man on the road who had not been catchable, whose stillness had stopped the hunt. He touched his own chest and felt a quiet he had not expected to find in this lifetime. The debts did not vanish. Some mornings pain greeted him as faithfully as the sun. He did not try to pay everything back with one gesture. He made payments in small coins, a bucket filled, a path swept, a refusal to defend himself, a willingness to show his face where his face had once brought dread. He also learned the dignity of saying no to the old habits that sometimes prowled the edge of his mind at night like wolves. "I see you," he would say to the old hunger. "Not today." He would get up and walk under the stars until the body remembered it was a body, and the mind remembered it could be quiet. If you are listening with something heavy around your neck, a story about yourself that frightens the world and also frightens you, there is a part of this story that belongs to you. The knife you have used may not be metal. It may be sarcasm. It may be withdrawal. It may be perfection that cuts people to size. It may be speed that tramples. The garland you count may be subtler. A tally of small betrayals, a string of half-truths, a collection of moments when you chose comfort over care. It is not too late to set the knife down and remove the necklace. Not in the drama of a vow shouted at a sky, but in the next tiny act that is the opposite of harm. Place the phone down instead of firing the text that will wound. Admit a mistake before it's pulled from you. Ask what helps and do that. These are fingers that unstring a garland, one knot at a time. If you have been harmed, there is a part of this story for you too. Your fear is not weakness. It is a wisdom that needs time to unclench. You do not have to forgive on anyone else's schedule. You do not need to put your throat back under the boot. You are free to take the long, cautious way around the ravine. And still, hold a corner of your mind open to the possibility that some people stop running after the wrong things. That some hands learn gentleness after a history of fists. Do not throw your safety into that possibility. Do not throw it away either. Let time and truth do what they do when given a steady place to work. Angulimala's old name, Harmless, did not return to him like a costume recovered from a trunk. It grew in him like a tree grows rings, slow, seasonal, honest. In the monastery records, he wrote a verse that tasted like the inside of his days. The one who once lived heedlessly now lives heedful. The one who once carried a sword now carries a bowl. He did not pretend that 2 lines of poetry cancelled a ledger. He wrote them to remind himself which direction to face when the wind of habit tried to turn him around. Near the end, when his body began to betray him in small familiar ways, stiffness in the mornings, a tremor when he carried water, he walked once more to the edge of the forest where he had first taken off the garland. He did not dramatize it. He stood with his hands at his sides and watched the light move through leaves. Somewhere a bird tried 3 notes and then changed its mind. A cart creaked on a distant road. He touched the scar on his shoulder where a villager's stone had opened him and found that his hand was gentle even there. If you want to make a practice out of this, you don't need a forest. You need a quiet corner and a breath that you can follow without hurrying it. Remember one thing you regret, not the largest, a medium one you can hold without drowning. Name it plainly. Feel where it lives in your body. Say, I see you. Then add, I will make 1 payment today. Choose it. A call, an apology, a helpful act with no witness, a boundary that prevents repetition. When you have done it, do not trumpet it. Let it be part of the quiet economy that repairs the world. Repeat tomorrow with a different coin. The story the forest whispered has changed. It no longer ends with a garland. It ends with a bowl, with a midwife's relieved sigh, with a king's hand leaving the sword hilt, with a man who used to run standing still enough for the world to approach without fear. If you put your ear against the trees there now, you can hear a sentence moving through the leaves, simple and stubborn as water. Nothing is beyond transformation, not because the past is erased, but because, astonishingly, the hand that did harm can learn the weight and warmth of care. Night on the mountain was the kind that makes sound visible. Crickets stitched their thin music into the grass. The bamboo groaned once and then remembered how to stand. Moonlight laid a soft blade on the floorboards of the hermit's hut. Ryokan, who slept like a child when he was tired and like a stone when he wasn't, had left the door unlatched because he believed doors were for wind. Inside, a low table, a straw mat, a rice bowl with a small crack that looked like a river, a brush, a scrap of paper, the robe folded on a peg. If poverty means you want what you don't have, he was rich. The thief came as thieves do, quick knees, a small breath stuck high in the chest, the rhythm of a man who has chosen midnight as his employer. His eyes took in the room and then kept looking, as if the rest of the wealth might be hiding behind the simple things. Ryokan opened his eyes and did not startle. He raised himself on an elbow and smiled the way you smile at a guest you didn't know you were expecting, but are willing to feed anyway. You must have walked far, he said. His voice had the unremarkable warmth of a kettle that has just begun to sing. Sit, the floor is cool. The thief's mouth tried to shape threat, then disappointment, then anger at disappointment. There was nothing to steal. He felt insulted by the lack, a lean man with nothing. Even the bowl, old and clean, was not worth the risk of being noticed on the path home. Ryokan rose, and seeing the thief's thin sleeves and the cold that had crept onto the mountain when the wind turned, took his robe from the peg. He held it out. "You'll need this more than I will," he said, and stepped closer to drape it around the shoulders that had learned to flinch. The cloth was rough, honest with use. The thief looked down at himself, suddenly dressed in kindness. His throat worked. Words didn't cooperate. He backed out into the night the way a man leaves a shrine, awkwardly, aware he's misunderstood something important. Alone again, Ryokan went to the doorway and sat with his knees drawn up, chin on his folded arms. The moon had climbed while the conversation was deciding whether to be a conversation. It poured silver into the empty bowl and onto the floor like a second mat. Ryokan laughed, not because anything was funny, but because he recognized an old friend arriving without a knock. "I wish I could give him this," he said to no one, or to the night. "The moon." In the morning, villagers came up the path with concern braided into their eyebrows. "Master, we heard a thief came to your hut. Did he take much?" The question had a flavor that was part gossip, part love. "Yes," Ryokan said cheerfully. "He took my robe. I hope it keeps him warm." He looked toward the window where last night's light had rested. "He left me something in return." "What?" they asked, in the way people ask when they hope you will say something practical, like a footprint you can follow. "The moon at my window," he said, and gave them that particular smile people give when they are telling you a joke and a truth in the same breath. The story travelled, as good stories do, by foot and breath, and the need people have to learn how not to be poor in the presence of abundance. Everyone told it differently. In some versions, the thief returned the robe weeks later, cleaned and folded, the man inside it lighter by a burden he had been carrying since childhood. In some, he kept the robe until it wore to threads and found that being warmed once by unearned generosity is a heat that lasts longer than wool. Whichever version you listen to, the moon remains the same, unstealable, loose in the sky, pouring its cool currency into everything that has the courage to be empty. Ryokan's hut did not become a museum because of the tale. It stayed a hut. He kept leaving the door unlatched. He kept writing poems that felt like walking barefoot on a clean floor. He kept borrowing life from what couldn't be owned. The slant of rain on an ordinary day. The way steam twists off a pot at the exact moment the rice is done. The single cricket who insists on being the last to stop. The thief's part of the story deserves its own light. He went down the mountain with the robe like a confession on his back. He felt the weight of warmth, which is not the same as the weight of guilt, although they sometimes sit beside each other on the bench of the ribs. In the village, he passed a woman cradling a child wrapped too thin. He looked away quickly, ashamed to have warmth that could have been theirs, and ashamed to be ashamed. That night, he learned the robe worked the way love does when you let it. It warmed him, yes, and it also made him notice who else shivered. He didn't become honest all at once, but a seam inside him gave. He slept in a doorway and woke before dawn without the usual startle. In the half-dark he heard his own heart, as if it belonged to a person he might take care of. He had never stolen such a sound. He did not know where to sell it. In the morning he stood in a market and realized for the first time he had never truly looked at fruit. The bruise on the pear that looked like a small country. The confession oranges make when you cut them open. He kept walking. If you're listening for the lesson, you might be tempted to make poverty glamorous or renunciation into a brand of purity. That would be a different kind of theft, stealing life's roughness and replacing it with a slogan. Ryokan was not performing an idea. He was practicing a way of being that made him difficult to rob because the wealth he relied on, attention, breath, the capacity to give, was regenerated moment by moment and stored nowhere. It is not a doctrine against doors. It is a posture that survives with the door closed too. You can lock your house and still understand that what you love most inside it is already yours in ways that do not depend on locks. Warmth, the laughter that gets made between people, the decent ache of honest work, the companionship of a cup. You can buy insurance and still refuse to insure your heart against tenderness. You can keep a password manager and also admit that your deepest password is not a word at all, but a way of meeting what arrives. Walk around your life with that question. What in here cannot be stolen? Not as defiance, but as inventory. The breath that keeps entering even when you forget to be grateful. The choice to pause before speaking a sentence that would cut. The capacity to be moved by a small thing. A dog tilting its head. A stranger's kindness to an elderly man with bad knees at the curb. Your attention, when you give it freely, is a kind of moonlight. A light that doesn't diminish when shared. Your gratitude is another. Thieves have tried to pick that pocket and gone away confused, because gratitude, when real, doesn't sit in a pocket. Try it now, quietly, without writing anything down, unless writing is your way of seeing. Name 3 things you do not own that you can still receive. The sky is an obvious answer that remains true even when it is trite. Add a less obvious one. The texture of the voice on the other end of the phone when someone you love says your name. The scent in a stairwell that takes you back 20 years to a green sweater and a song. The way your feet, without consulting you, find their balance after you stumble. Take one breath and let those unfenced riches enter all the way. There, you are less robbable already. There's a practice buried in Ryokan's gesture with the robe. Give away the thing that fear says you cannot afford to lose in a size that does not harm you. If it's a scarf you love, give it to the friend who keeps borrowing it. If it's your seat on the train and you are able to stand and say nothing, as if stand-in were your plan all along. If it's 5 minutes, give them to the person who cannot make their story small enough to fit into your day. Tell them you can only give 5, and then give those 5 with your whole listening. This is not a trick for turning you into a saint. It is a way of keeping the inside of your house furnished with what can't burn. You do not have to be robbed to learn this. But if you are, if someone takes the laptop, or your name is misused online, or a rumor dents your reputation, there is a way to step to the doorway and sit, even while you call the bank and change the passwords and do the necessary stone-faced errands of a harmed citizen. Sit and ask, what did they leave at my window? Sometimes it is only anger, which is itself a kind of honest weather moving through. But often, if you look long enough without narrating, there is also the weird clear space created when a thing is gone. The room on your desk where the machine used to be. The sudden quiet of an evening that won't be spent inside a screen. The unplanned walk to clear your head, during which you meet the neighbor's ridiculous new dog. This is not justification of loss. It is the refusal to let loss be your only teacher. Ryokan's students worried about him. "Master," they said, "you give away too much. Winter will come." He would shrug in that way, which is not careless but faithful. Winter always comes. If I am cold, I will notice warmth more clearly. If I am hungry, rice will taste like a festival. If I am alone, the sound of the roof talking to the wind will be company enough for the evening. He was not romanticizing hardship. He was placing his trust in a different economy, where the interest paid on attention outpaces the returns on accumulation. You can test this economy in the smallest domestic scene. Make tea or coffee exactly as you like it, then drink the first third with your eyes closed. No scrolling, no planning, no rehearsal of someone else's lines. Let temperature be the event. See how much of good comes from permission rather than from possession. Or take a walk with your pockets intentionally light. No money, just a key. Notice how the world offers you things that cannot be bought. Shade, a bench, the borrowed laughter of teenagers, a front garden where someone's ridiculous sunflowers are taller than their fence and do not care whose property line they're crossing. A modern thief is often invisible and lives in your pocket. It steals hours, not bowls. You open a rectangle and 1,000 hands want your attention. You don't need to be severe to be free. Try leaving the device in another room for 1 hour and watch how the moon at your window gets brighter in the absence. Or keep it with you and decide with mischievous clarity to give your attention where thieves can't follow. To the texture of your own breath. To the one tree outside that has decided to turn early. To the unremarkable miracle of warm water on your hands. Freedom grows where attention is unpurchased. Someone will rightly ask, isn't this an invitation to be taken advantage of? Must one give the cloak when the robe is taken, open the door wider when thieves gather? The answer lives in the shape of Ryokan's back as he stood in his doorway, soft and upright. Softness without uprightness is collapse. Uprightness without softness is a wall. He could give a robe because giving it didn't make him smaller. It made him more himself. If someone demanded his student's safety, he would have stepped forward. If a bully came for the weak, he would have put his body where it counted. Generosity is not agreement with harm. It is a refusal to let harm teach you its ways. The thief, in the version of the story memory prefers, met Ryokan again months later in a market down in the valley. He had not planned this meeting. Life had. He saw the familiar face over a stall of second-hand pots and felt shame rise like heat. He stepped behind a pillar. Then, because the robe he had once worn had taught him something about what it means to be seen and not punished, he stepped out. "Your robe," he began, then stopped because he had none to return. "I am warmer," he said instead, because this was true, and then, surprising himself with how quickly gratitude turns into a promise when given the smallest chance, added, "I am trying to be the kind of man who warms others." Ryokan bowed as if the thief had just handed him a priceless object. "I see," he said. He didn't give a lecture about karma or the moon or anything else. He bought 2 sweet buns, handed one over, and they ate standing there, sugar falling like tiny bright flakes onto the ground. They did not talk about robbery, they talked about weather, which is to say, they talked about everything that visits without belonging to anyone. If you want to make a ritual out of this story, try it tonight. Before sleep, open a window if you can. Stand where the air touches your face. Look for the moon. If it's there, let your eyes fill with it, the way the child in the courtyard once did, helplessly and properly. If it's not, look at the dark and know something vast is working on a part of the night you cannot see. Name, very quietly, 3 moons in your day, 3 things you received that no one could have taken even if they tried. Then name 1 thing you can afford to give tomorrow that fear claims you can't. Make it small enough to keep. Keep it. In the morning, when you put on your shirt, let your hands remember the feel of someone else's cold shoulders. When you place your bowl on the table, notice how it becomes more beautiful when empty, because emptiness is an invitation. When you walk out your door, latch it or don't, but walk out with the thief in mind, not to fear him, but to understand that he too is looking for warmth. Meet the first person you see as if you had a robe on your arm and a moon at your window. You do. You always do. Morning in the monastery arrives without argument. It spills down the stone steps, slips under doors, finds bowls left to dry on their cloth, warms the quiet backs of books. Bells don't so much ring as they agree with the light. A novice, call him Sota, ties his robe with fingers that still think too much and walks into the courtyard with a question burning a hole in his chest. When will he finally understand? He has read the right books badly and the wrong books carefully. He has sat until his leg falls asleep, and then another minute past that because someone once told him awakening can be bullied into appearing by endurance. He has polished the brass until he can see the outline of his ambition in it. He is a good person in all the approved ways and secretly tired of being good. He wants a sentence that rearranges him. The master is at the pump drawing water. The pump responds the way old things do when you have earned them. 1 squeak, then a steady gift. The bucket fills. The master's shoulders are loose, his movements those of a man whose body has become a set of friendly tools. Sota boos. The master nods as if bowing were how air said good morning. Teacher, Sota says, careful and formal to keep his hope from spilling. Please give me instruction. The master looks at him for a moment in a way that isn't measuring or ignoring. It's more like standing under rain. Then he asks, "Have you eaten your rice?" "I have," Sota answers, confused but honest. "Then," the master says, as if pointing to a path that has been there the whole time, "wash your bowl." The sentence lands the way a pebble lands in a pond. Sota hears it, watches the ripples, waits for the real instruction, the hidden clause that explains the universe. No more words arrive. The master picks up the bucket and walks toward the kitchen. Sota stands there, an animal at a threshold. Something in him stiffens. Insult, boredom, the mind's love of complicated locks. Then another something untangles. Relief, maybe. He goes to the shelf, finds his bowl, feels its weight. Lighter than his expectation, heavier than his disappointment, and carries it to the water. He pours just enough. He finds the cloth that is always where it is supposed to be because someone before him was awake enough to put it back. He lets the cloth drink. He circles the bowl with his hand. For the first time he notices how bowls remember mouths, the faint ring of use around their lip, the tiny chip that looks like a white moon. Rice starch lifts, water clouds, then clears. He doesn't try to be holy, he tries to be thorough. Halfway around, the mind arrives with its suitcase. What is the meaning of, shouldn't I be? This can't be. He sees the suitcase and doesn't open it. He keeps circling. He rinses. He tips the bowl so the last clear sheet slides off and the inside shines, not because it is shining, but because there is nothing left on it to dull the shine. He sets it on the cloth with an attention that is almost shy. He feels the small click of completion in his chest, like a drawer closing. He waits. Nothing happens. Everything happens. The kitchen, which a moment ago was a place for achieving an enlightenment event, is now a room with a window and 2 flies that keep making the wrong decision and abandoning it and trying again. The pump sighs. The master puts the bucket down and looks over. Their eyes meet. The master grins absolutely like someone caught in the act of weather. Sota walks back to the courtyard, not smarter, not special. He walks back slightly lighter, as if he has set something down he didn't know he was carrying. Later, he will realize that this is what understanding often feels like. Unremarkable and irreversible. This is the whole tale. And also, it keeps telling itself in 100 rooms. The teaching is not an endorsement of chores as virtue or a scolding about cleanliness. It is pointing at contact. You have eaten. The world came into your mouth as hot rice and salt and effort and rain and someone else's hands. Now complete the circle. Wash your bowl. Return your small piece of the world to readiness. Let one act be whole. What happens when you treat one simple task as a complete practice? Your attention climbs down from theory and puts its palms on the rim. You notice temperature without arguing about it. You learn that pressure can be firm without being harsh, that you can be thorough without being tense. You discover that there is a moment that says, enough. Not when you're bored, but when the bowl is clean. And that learning to hear that moment keeps you from both quitting early and scrubbing holes in your life. Completion isn't a mood, it's a muscle. Wash enough bowls and you begin to close what you open, to finish what you start, to stop when stopping is right. The mind, trained by unfinished business, will try to drag previous rooms into the current room. The bowl teaches boundaries. Be here, end here. There is a danger in this simplicity. The mind will turn it into a product called mindful dishwashing and try to sell it back to you with scented candles. Resist. You are not performing serenity. You are washing your bowl. If you find yourself narrating your own goodness, smile, if you can manage it, and keep washing. Bring this outside the monastery where your sink is stainless and your bowl is a mug with a chip from college. You close the laptop after a meeting and feel the residue of 10 open loops coating your chest. Wash one bowl, send the one email that clarifies, I'll take item A, please own B, then stop typing. Take one breath. Feel the small drawer click. You wake and lurch toward your rectangle. Wash one bowl. Make your bed. Not as a military inspection, but as a kindness to the evening you who will need a soft landing. Pull the sheet. Smooth the wrinkle. The room says, yes. You finish a meal with someone you love. Wash one bowl. Put your phone face down and ask them one question that cannot be answered with fine. Then be willing to carry the bowl of their answer all the way to the sink. You brush your teeth. Wash one bowl, put the cap back on the toothpaste, and return it to the same spot. Teach your day that you know how to complete gestures. If you think this is trivial, pay attention to how many little things you leave ajar and how they add up to a hum that makes it hard to hear your own life. There is a rhythm hidden in the instruction. Begin, continue, complete. Most of us are good at 2 of the 3. Some of us begin brilliantly and leave a trail of half-started projects like shells at low tide. Some of us continue forever, perfecting and perfecting, terrified to let anything be finished. Some of us can only end things, relationships, drafts, plans, before they have had a chance to become themselves. Practice the whole rhythm on a bowl. It will spill into your work, your art, your fights, your rest. What about when the bowl is not a bowl, but a mess you keep rehearsing? Wash your bowl becomes do the next plain thing that empties the sink of this moment. When the argument still has static in your body, you cannot solve the entire history of intimacy. You can go for a short walk and let the chemicals settle. When grief is a flood, you cannot build a city on its banks. You can drink a glass of water. When the world is on fire, one headline after another, you cannot put the sky out. You can call your representative. You can bring soup to the neighbor who broke her ankle. You can vote. You can sleep enough to be useful. And then, this is the part the mind forgets. You can do the next small completion in your room, so you do not drown in unfinishedness. Wash your bowl also protects you from the grandiosity that turns spiritual life into a costume. Sota wanted a thunderbolt. The master gave him a dishcloth. Awakening is not a fireworks show. It is the familiarity of this hand with this bowl until the line between hand and bowl softens. It is the sensation that the world is touching itself through you. It is the realization that nothing is beneath your attention, and therefore nothing is above it. Try a tiny, workable form. Before, pause one breath. Feel the weight of what you are about to engage. Name it simply bowl, email, floor, call. During, commit to the feel, not the story. If the story arrives, let it talk in the background like a radio in a distant apartment while you stay with the music of the task. After, put it down deliberately. If it's a physical object, place it where it belongs. If it's a digital task, close the tab. If it's a conversation, end with a sentence that completes. Thanks for telling me. I'll check back after lunch. Let the door click. This is not a trap into productivity culture disguised as wisdom. Sometimes the completed act is to stop working, to say no, to leave a group chat, to put your hands behind your head and let the ceiling be the ceiling while you breathe. Rest can be washed too. Wash away the residue of deservingness. Rest like a bowl resting on a rack. Not idle, not guilty, simply drying. There are moments when the practice reveals its depth. One afternoon, Sota is washing his bowl in a mood. He is angry at someone else's laziness, or so he tells himself. The bowl keeps slipping. He clatters. Soap stings a cut on his finger. He swears under his breath. The master happens to be there, filling a pot. He doesn't correct Sota's words. He watches, then says, "Feel the anger show itself in your hand." Sota pauses. He notices his grip. Too tight, using force where sensitivity would do. He softens. The bowl settles into his palm like a truth that doesn't need to be defended. The anger is not solved by a lecture. It is washed out of the body by exactness. On another day, the bowl he uses cracks. Not a dramatic break, just a hairline that leaks a little heat. He wants to throw it away. The kitchen elder shakes her head. "Keep it," she says. "Use it until it teaches you what a crack is." He does. He learns where to place his fingers so the heat doesn't bite, when to lift so the soup doesn't find the seam. He learns to respect what holds while paying attention to where it doesn't. Later, he will recognize this as advice about people. There is a second line to the teaching that almost no one says aloud because it is implied in the first. After you wash your bowl, look up. The light will be doing something with the doorway that it didn't do yesterday. A fly will land on the rim and rub its hands together in a gesture so human you can't help but laugh. Steam will rise like a quiet argument that no one has to win. The world, once you attend to it with your hands, often rewards you with a gentleness you cannot schedule. Bring this to the tasks you dislike: cleaning the bathroom, changing the diaper, replying to the boring necessary message. Use the bowl to learn the difference between aversion and pain. Pain is the wrong body mechanics, or the too heavy load. Change those. Aversion is a story that collapses the task into an identity attack. I shouldn't have to. This is beneath me. Real work is elsewhere. Let the story be background radio. Return to the cloth. Watch how 15 minutes of uncomplaining exactness changes not just the bathroom, but the next hour of your mind. Bring it to the things you love: writing a paragraph, tuning a guitar, planting tomatoes. Love can make you sloppy if you think that love excuses you from finishing. Wash the bowl of your art, revise the sentence, wipe the strings, water the soil after planting. Let love and care marry where they belong, at the sink. What about the bowl you cannot wash? The past that won't be changed, the word that already landed, the loss that won't be undone. Then the instruction turns very gently into, hold your bowl. Hold the ache without adding mud. Hold the memory without scrubbing at it to make it shine. Set it on the rack of time. Let air do a kind of drying that needs months. Not all completions are immediate. Some are seasons. The same attention still helps. If you want a practical ritual, make one now. Choose a small daily bowl task and elevate it without announcement. The kettle. Fill it after every pour, so it is always ready for the next person, who might be you in 20 minutes. The sink. Clear it before bed, not for perfection, for the felt mercy of a morning that greets you without a backlog. The desk. At day's end, align the pen, close the notebook, leave 1 square foot of emptiness. Let tomorrow land there. The body. After a shower, hang the towel carefully in a square and smooth it once with your palm. Feel the micro click. These acts teach your muscles the taste of completion. They are not small. They are sovereign. They protect your attention from being stolen by 10,000 tiny frictions. They make room in which the larger questions can breathe without being poked every 5 minutes by an undone spoon. Night comes the way morning came, without argument. Sota eats with the community: rice, vegetables, miso that tastes of earth and patience. The room hums. He carries his bowl to the basin. He washes, he dries, he places it upside down on the shelf, its circle perfect and ordinary as the moon. He bows, not to the bowl, not to an idea, but to the fact that here, at least, one small life was completed cleanly. On the walk back to his cell, he sees the master in the corridor, adjusting a door that sticks. The master is using a bit of wax on the wood. He tests. The door slides. The master tests again. He seems pleased, as if a haiku had clicked. Sota finds himself smiling. He understands now that he did receive a sentence that rearranged him. It wasn't a secret. It was a direction. into the next unglamorous act done all the way. Try it one last time before you sleep. Sit on the edge of the bed. Place your hand over your day and name one thing you left undone that can be left. Let it go, gently. Name one thing you can still wash in a minute or less. A cup, a text, your face. Do that. Feel the drawer close. Lie down. Be a bowl set to dry. Nothing added, nothing missing. Held by the rack of the night, glimmering a little in the dark, ready for morning that will arrive, as it always does, without needing to be earned. The Emperor's hall was a geography lesson in gold. Columns wore dragon skins carved from wood and patience. The floor's shine made every footfall consider its own motives. Courtiers arranged themselves like notes on a score that only they could read. Outside, the river moved without caring about crowns. Inside, the Emperor sat as still as a mountain that had hired mirrors. He was a man who believed in good deeds the way merchants believe in weights. He funded temples, housed monks, copied sutras, fed the poor by the thousands. He had turned his treasury into a stream of rice and roof tiles and believed, quietly, firmly, that the stream would return to him as immeasurable credit in the only bank that mattered. "Announce him," the Emperor said, though the rustle through the hall announced something on its own. A stranger entered, robe travel-stained, beard like a small, shaggy mountain of its own. He walked with the compact ease of someone already at home everywhere. No jewelry, no scroll of flattery, only eyes that settled where they looked and did not move until they were done. "You are the teacher from the West," the Emperor said. "I have invited you to instruct me in the highest truth." The stranger bowed as if the truth were a cup someone else had set on the table, and he was making sure not to spill it. He said nothing. The Emperor filled the silence with what he believed a conversation should be made of: evidence. "I have raised monasteries, supported the Sangha, printed and distributed scriptures, released prisoners on holy days. How much merit have I earned?" The question hung in the air like a bell whose sound everyone in the room expected and none was prepared for when it failed to ring. The stranger looked at the Emperor the way you look at a child who has been told that stars are stickers someone put on the sky and who now wants to buy more. Then he said, with a gentleness that made the sentence sharper, "No merit. There are sentences that arrive like swords, and sentences that arrive like clean water." This one was both. A shudder went through the hall, the collective intake of breath mastered into silence. The Emperor's face remembered that it had been taught dignity. He smiled. "No merit," he repeated, testing the emptiness where he had expected a pile of coins. "Then what is the highest meaning of holy truth?" "Vast emptiness," the stranger answered, "nothing holy." The Emperor had rehearsed receiving praise. He had also rehearsed receiving correction. He had not rehearsed being invited into a room with no furniture. "Who?" he asked, a little harder now. "Is it that stands before me?" "I don't know," the stranger said, and there was no thunderclap, only the exposed floor between them, bright and unforgiving and tender. The hall leaned forward, as if watching two fencers suddenly lay down their swords and go on with bare hands. The Emperor dismissed the court. When the room was empty enough to be honest, he asked, less as a ruler and more as a man who wanted to sleep at night, "If there is no merit, then what have I been doing?" "You have been watering plants," the stranger said. "Some will bear fruit. But if you keep polishing the watering can, if you keep asking the soil to praise you, the roots will choke on your need." "I have fed people," the emperor said, "defensive because this is the last line of defense. How can that be nothing?" "It isn't nothing," the stranger said. "It is feeding people. The hunger it answers is real. If you call it merit and make a tower in your mind where you climb to count your coins, the tower will collapse and bury you under good deeds." The emperor heard something break. He did not know whether it was a valuable delusion or an old, cracked understanding finally giving way. He changed the subject the way you do when the subject is winning. "Teach me," he said. "I already did," the stranger replied, and he turned and walked out of a palace that kept trying to hold him and could not. He crossed the river with the same stride he had used in the hall. Some say he balanced on a single reed and floated across without getting his feet wet. Some say he took a ferry, paid the fare, said nothing. In either story, the lesson is the same. Methods vary. Crossing happens. He found a cave and sat facing a wall until the wall grew transparent, until the part of himself that wanted a scoreboard dissolved like salt in water. He did not leave because there was nowhere to go. Visitors came, left, returned, grew frustrated, softened, sat next to him, watched how much can be learned from a single rock that does not applaud. The emperor kept running his hand over the place where the stranger's words had rubbed the lacquer thin. He tried to rebuild the old certainty, the way you try to go back to sleep after a dream that told you the truth in a language you didn't ask to learn. He met with ministers. He drafted edicts about grain distribution. He added another 0 to stipends for monks. Praise returned like birds you feed. He fed them without resentment and without joy. At night he stood on the balcony and looked at the river. It moved, as always, exactly as much as it needed to. He lifted his palms slightly, as if receiving something invisible. He didn't know what he was doing. That was new. It made him feel like a child standing in the entryway on the first day of school, which is to say, unarmored, afraid, alive. Years later, when he died, the legend says he saw the stranger again in a market carrying a single sandal and smiling, and asked for instruction once more. The story is fond of riddles. Better to take the lesson while the body still requires breakfast and socks. This is not a story against goodness. It is a story against accounts. When you turn kindness into currency, you spend your life counting and wake up bankrupt in the one thing giving was supposed to buy: freedom. There are 100 ways to build a merit tower. You post your donations and angle the photo so the light finds your compassion and your face at once. You volunteer with the faint bitterness of a ledger clerk. You practice meditation like a triathlon event and ask your cushion to certify your worth. You keep a scoreboard in the kitchen of your relationship. Dishes, apologies, sacrifices, each a chalk mark that can be pointed to in the tribunal of a fight. You do the right thing and then look around to make sure the right people saw. You help and then carry the help like a medal pinned to your secret shirt. And why not? Somewhere you were trained that love is a paycheck for performance, and that the universe is a stern bookkeeper with a pen poised over your name. Vast emptiness, nothing holy, is not a condemnation of temples. It is the air they were built to contain. It is permission to do the thing in front of you because the thing is worth doing. because hunger exists, because the plant is dry, because the floor is dusty and should be swept, and to let the doing vanish without residue once it is done. It is a challenge to be less fascinated with your reflection in the water and more interested in thirst. Try this for 1 week. Each day, one kind act that you do not tell anyone about. Not online, not in a story later, not even to yourself in the form of, "I'm the kind of person who..." The act can be smaller than your idea of what counts. Return the grocery cart and tuck the left-behind receipt into the trash. Pick up the cup on the curb and drop it in the bin. Send the exact sentence someone needs and refuse the glow of being thanked. Watch your mind plead for a witness. Smile at it as you might smile at a child who wants applause for breathing. Keep going. Every untold kindness is a pebble removed from your pockets. You walk differently. A second practice, a merit fast. For 1 day, refrain from mentally tallying good and bad, yours or anyone else's. Notice how your mind loves to allot points. That driver loses 5 for cutting in. This colleague gains 3 for staying late. You lose 10 for snapping. You gain 12 for not snapping worse. Bow to the part of you that likes games. It kept you safe once by making sense of chaos. Then place the scoreboard on a table and walk away. Instead of points, perceive needs and capacities. That driver may need mercy more than a score. That colleague may need rest. You may need food or silence. Meet needs where you can. Where you can't, stop pretending counting helps. A third, cultivate the not knowing that ended a conversation better than any glare could. When you introduce yourself to yourself in the morning, try it. Who are you? I don't know. Exhale. The world becomes available again when you stop guarding your story about what role you must play. I don't know is not a shrug. It is a bow to the next honest moment. Beware of the counterfeit emptiness that laziness sells. It's all empty, so nothing matters. That's despair wearing your robe. Emptiness in this teaching is not a hole. It is a sky. In sky, birds matter, weather matters, planting dates matter. But nothing is obliged to bend itself into the shape of your self-image. The floor still needs sweeping. The rice still needs cooking. Feeding people still feeds people. Emptiness says, do it, and don't live inside the story of doing it. Bring this to your work. If you're a maker, create something and resist the urge to ask it to justify your place on earth. Let the making be a clean loop. Attention, craft, release. If you manage, care for the people in your circle because human beings deserve decent conditions. Do it without the soundtrack in your head about what a benevolent manager you are. If you parent, let 1 hour be only about the child. No photos, no post, no future college essay. Feel how hard it is not to produce a narrative. Feel how good the hour is. Bring it to apology. When you have harmed, apologize without including your moral merit statement. I'm sorry for X will do. Leave out, I have done so much for you. Leave out, I'm usually. Leave out, but I also. Let the apology be a floor you stand on while you do the repair. Bring it to anger. Anger often believes it is holy. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's a mask for a bruised scoreboard. Ask it, what do you love that is threatened? Protect that, not your reputation as a protector. Bring it to giving. Give money when money helps. Give time when time helps. Give attention because attention almost always helps. If you catch yourself inflation marking the gift in your private ledger, write instead a small note to reality. Here is a resource moving where it is needed. Then go wash a dish. Merit drunk minds sober up in the sink. Bring it to practice itself. Sit, breathe, listen. If a part of you leans forward to accumulate, feel the lean and sit back in your own spine. If a part of you glances sideways to check who's watching, real or imaginary, close that eye for a minute and open the one that looks at the thing without requiring it to certify your purity. If you miss a day, don't pay penance with 2 hours on the cushion while resenting every minute. Simply sit the next day, because sitting is how you remember the floor exists. There is a peculiar relief in being told no merit after years of striving to be a person worth loving. It means love will find other criteria. It means your guests do not require you to display your trophies. It means goodness can put on work boots and stop posing. It means you can be spacious enough to let someone else be the hero of today's story without being erased. A sky does not envy birds. In the villages beyond the palace, there lived an old woman who had never met an emperor or a bearded foreigner. She understood the teaching anyway. She had a little stall where she sold steamed buns. When the well-to-do came by, she sold them buns and gave them a story to carry home if they bought 2. When the broke came by, she handed them a bun and took what coins they had. She did not call it generosity. She called it feeding people. At night, she swept the stall with the same care she used to fill the steamer. If someone praised her, she nodded and adjusted a tray. If someone insulted her, stale buns today. She tasted one to check and then steamed a fresher batch. When she died, there was no debate about her merit. There were just people who missed her buns and the way she held the sun off with her umbrella so a child could squint less and see the world. The emperor might have learned as much from her stall as from the cave across the river. Perhaps he did. Perhaps we always do when the grand frameworks fail, and we are left with a broom and a hungry mouth and the chance to be available. Sometimes you will feel the old urge to ask, "How am I doing?" Let the answer be a hand on your own heart for one full breath. Then ask a different question. What's needed? You may be guided to rest. You may be guided to work. You may be guided to say the word no, which is a kind of offering when it is clear and not cruel. Act. Don't stash the act in your museum. Let it leave you as cleanly as an exhale leaves your lungs. Notice what returns when you do. A kind of quiet that doesn't come from being admired. A lightness that doesn't come from getting away with something. The ordinary pleasure of being a person who can move in the world without dragging a scoreboard behind them. At the end of the day, take a simple inventory, not of merit, but of contact. Where did you show up without armor? Where did you meet a need and then go on with your life? Where did you turn a need into theatre? Smile at the theatre. It is human. Then plan one act tomorrow that ends at the act. If you find yourself standing on a balcony, looking at a river that keeps being itself, try lifting your palms the way the emperor did, not to receive points, to receive nothing, but to feel how generous nothing can be. The night holds your hands the way a sky holds a kite string, loosely, reliably, with enough slack for play and enough pull to keep you from being lost. Vast emptiness, nothing holy, does not belittle your life. It frees it to be holy by accident while you are busy doing the next necessary thing. Moving rice where it needs to go, washing your bowl, saying thank you without embossing it, and going to sleep like a monk in a cave and a child in a gold hall. Equally blessedly, no one. The courtyard held a square of sky like a basin holds water. A line of prayer flags stitched colour from one cedar to another, and the day had chosen a generous wind. The flags snapped, laughed, tugged at their strings. 2 monks stopped to watch. "The flag is moving," said the first, satisfied in the way a person is when the world confirms itself as obvious. "The wind is moving," said the second, pleased to be subtler, to see the cause behind the effect. They stood there like 2 accurate clocks that didn't tell the same time. Then the old teacher, on his way to mend a leaking eave, paused beneath them. He looked from flag to wind to their faces and said, "Not the wind, not the flag, your minds are moving." And he walked on with a little roll of pitch and a brush, leaving them with more air than answers. They did not move at first. If you've ever been corrected in a way that doesn't feel like a correction, you know the sensation. A citadel in you doesn't crumble. It realizes it was a tent. They looked up again. The same flag, the same air. But now a third thing had appeared. A third motion. Their interpretations. Nothing about the flag was denied. Cloth still obeyed physics. And yet, how much of the world is made of what we say about it? How many fights are a flag versus wind argument carried into a kitchen, an inbox, a mirror? Later, the first monk found the teacher by the eaves, dabbing pitch along the seam of a tile. "Master," he said, "when you said our minds are moving, do you mean we should ignore the world?" The teacher flashed him a look both kind and utterly practical. "You ignore the world, the roof leaks," he said. He pressed the brush into the gap, tested the seal with a fingertip, and added, "But if you forget the mind, you drown in a storm that lives only in your head." He handed the monk the brush. "Here," he said. "Feel the difference between wind and worry." The lesson moved from philosophy into hand. The monk learned how pressure becomes too much when anxiety tightens the wrist, how the brush skitters when the mind races ahead to the next tile. Calmer, the bristles bit and released in a rhythm that sealed the seam. The roof did not care about doctrine. It responded to attention. The argument about what moves follows us everywhere. You open a message and feel heat in your face. Is it the sentence that stings, or your interpretation rushing to attach history, motive, doom? You step outside. The day is grey. Is the sky bleak, or is it sky with your mood painting it? A driver cuts you off. Is rage the only honest response? Or is there a gap wide enough to notice your heart rate, to feel the animal surge and choose movement that returns you to yourself? Try this small experiment when something in front of you flaps. Add the word "seems." The flag seems to be moving. This email seems dismissive. The plan seems to be failing. My partner seems distant. It isn't an escape hatch. It's room for investigation. What else might be true? What is the wind here, the conditions? What is the flag, the surface? And quietly, with some humour, what is my mind doing to the scene? There's a practice the kitchen elder taught that turned out to be a mind practice, disguised as a dish practice. She called it the 3 checks. First, body. What is moving in the body? Jaw, shoulders, belly, breath. Where is the wind inside you? Just notice. Don't moralize your weather. Second, belief. What sentence is currently steering perception? Name it as a thought, not a law. They don't respect me. This always happens. I'm failing. Saying I'm believing that builds a bridge back to curiosity. Third, world. What are the immediate raw facts independent of your story? 2 sentences, short. Cloud cover. A car changed lanes. A bowl with rice stuck on the rim. You cannot live by facts alone. You will still have to interpret. But the sequence, body, belief, world, often slows the storm enough that you can choose your sail. The second monk took the koan into town. He sat at a tea stall where a threadbare flag above the door complained in the afternoon breeze. And he practiced seeing the 3 motions: cloth, air, mind. A vendor argued with a customer about the weight of beans. He watched their words like small flags yanked by gusts of assumption. A child cried, his heart twinged. He placed a palm on his chest to feel the wind there too. The tea cooled. By the second cup, he realized that what the teacher had given him wasn't a slogan. It was a way to keep his humanity from being blown over by whatever weather arrived. He tested it at night, when the older winds blow. At 3 a.m. the flag is worry, the wind is silence. He lay awake and felt the mind start to lift and snap. How will I pay? What did she mean? Why didn't I? Mine moving, he whispered, and felt the words anchor him. He didn't try to stop thinking. He breathed down from skull to ribs, from ribs to belly, until the wind had more room to be wind. Some nights the flag still cracked loud enough to scrap sleep. He learned to sit up, turn on a low lamp, write the tornado down and tell it kindly. We'll talk in the morning. Morning diminished it by half. There's a tenderness in learning that mind moves. It removes a layer of blame from the world and from yourself. If everything you feel comes stamped as truth, you are constantly sentenced by weather. If you can say, gusts, you can put on a coat or step inside without pretending the wind is an insult. This does not mean disowning responsibility. If you snap at a child because your inner flag is flailing, the child still hears the snap. Repair is still required, but the repair is cleaner when you understand what moved. I'm sorry, you can say. A wind hit me, and I let my flag smack you. That wasn't about you. Then you make a new vow about doors to close, breaths to take, news to read or not read when you're thin. You build a life that respects forecast. A woman in the village kept a weather journal, not of the sky, but of her mind. Each morning she drew a tiny symbol: sun for spaciousness, cloud for confusion, lightning for crackling anger, rain for sadness, wind for anxious thought. She learned her seasonal patterns. She learned coffee after 2 made lightning likelier. She learned arguments at night scattered her flags for days. She didn't use the journal to fix the weather. She used it to stop mistaking every gust for a climate. On cloudy days, she scheduled simpler work. On storm days, she warned her friends, "Short answers only today. I'm full of wind." Her relationships improved because she named the mover before it turned her into a storm. Another practice the teacher gave the novices required an actual flag. He mounted one in the courtyard and invited them to sit and not decide for 10 minutes what moved. Not flag, not wind, just moving. Whenever the mind picked a side, they were to feel what tightened or heated. Then, he said, rest as the watcher that doesn't flap. This wasn't mysticism so much as nervous system hygiene. 10 minutes of not being yanked around trained something steady. You can improvise that anywhere. Watch leaves out a window. Watch a screensaver. Watch your breath make your shirt lift a little. Don't decide. Be moved. But don't mistake being moved for having to move with it. A carpenter from the nearby town told the monks you could learn the same lesson in wood. Grain tells you how to cut. Pressure and speed change the sound. A hidden knot will throw your blade if you force it. If I insist the wood move my way, he said, I lose fingers. If I listen, my hands do what the wood and I decide together. Mind learns to move with life like that, respecting grain, adjusting pressure. Not passive, not rigid, skillful. So too, in speech. Before you answer, ask in the smallest part of you that still remembers to ask, what is moving here? Their fear, my pride, our shared fatigue. If you can name the wind, you can set the flag, your tone, your timing, in a way that doesn't tear. There is humor in catching the mind in motion. In the market, a man stepped in front of the second monk, and for 3 steps, the monk's thoughts burst into insults fashionable that year. He noticed and grinned to himself. Flag, wind, mind. The insults dissolved, not because he suppressed them, but because everything looks silly when you notice the puppeteer's strings. He bought radishes and stood for a second admiring their ridiculous tails. Sometimes the mind moves, and that movement saves your life. You sense danger and step back. You add 2 and 2 and avoid a deceit. Your pattern recognition rings an alarm. Don't make purity of stillness an idol. The point is not to stop mind. It is to know when it is carrying you and where. The first monk, who had once been certain the flag moved, became the monastery's best storm walker. When tempers rose in the hall, he could feel the draft before the door slammed. He developed the habit of opening windows, literal ones, to cool a room, of offering water before opinions, of asking, "Can we pause our flags?" He wasn't revered for this. He was useful. He slept well. You can train your senses to spot your favorite gusts. Some people are moved by status, others by rejection, others by uncertainty. Make a small list of your top 3 wins. Put them on your desk. When one blows, don't outlaw it. Bow, then decide. Do I wait, act, or ask? Waiting is often wise for the winds of anger and fear. Acting is wise when a small concrete kindness will change the air. Asking is wise when you have turned a breeze into a hurricane by assumption. When you said X, I made it mean Y. Is that true? Many storms stop at that question the way a fire stops at a river. Another exercise for days when everything seems to flap. The 5 sights. Name something that is truly moving. A car. Something apparently still that is moving. Shadows. Something moving in you. Breath. Something moving in someone else. A blink. And something that doesn't move. A rock. A nail. A memory of a mountain that steadies you. Let your eyes teach your mind scale and proportion again. The teacher sometimes took the monks to the city gate when the wind was high. He had them stand with arms outstretched, eyes closed, and feel the push. Then he had them face the other way and feel the difference, the way direction changes how you receive the same force. Turn during lives, he said, sometimes facing, sometimes angling, sometimes stepping aside. The wind doesn't care. Your care is to remain unblown from yourself. There were mistakes. A novice took mind moving to mean nothing matters and neglected his tasks. The weeds in the garden did not convert. They multiplied. The teacher walked him through the ankle-high green and said, "Not caring is another wind. Pull." The novice pulled, sweating and sheepish. He learned that awareness without care is drought. Care without awareness is flood. A laywoman asked the teacher how to use the teaching in grief. Her husband had died in the spring snow. She was alone with the stubborn table they had moved into every apartment, with the echo of his cough. "My mind moves to him every hour," she said. "Is there a way to stop?" The teacher's eyes softened. "No," he said, "and you wouldn't want to." He pointed to the flags. "Let them move. Let your love move. Just don't let the mind attach a storm to the love. It shouldn't be this way. I cannot survive. I am cursed. When those winds rise, sit and hold the pole." He showed her how to breathe with both hands on a mug, how to feel her feet, how to say aloud, "Love moves, grief moves. I will not add a gale." She cried and learned, over months, the difference between weather and climate. Grief is weather that visits for a long time. But even then, she noticed moments of blue. The teacher never tried to end the argument between flag and wind. He let the students explore causes and conditions, physics and metaphor. He only kept adding the third motion until it became second nature to name it. When someone asked him what the mind is, he shrugged, like a farmer asked what the field is. The place where you grow things, the place where weeds grow too. On a day when the air was still, the flags drooped like tired birds. The courtyard felt paused. The first monk stood there wanting to test himself. Without wind, there is no doubt about what moves, he thought. Nothing. Then he noticed the desire to be tested. He smiled. Flag. You can bring this to a screen. A video plays and you feel cold jealousy. Pause. Wind. Algorithm engineered comparison. Flag. Images. Mind. The story that everyone else is ahead. You don't have to throw your phone away. You can set it down for 1 minute and put your hand on your sternum until a warmer wind returns. Or to work. A plan fails. Flag. Metrics. Wind. Market shift. Wrong estimate. Mind. I'm doomed. Catch that sentence. Change it to, we misjudged. What can be learned? The muscles in your back will thank you. Or to love. Your partner is quiet. Wind. Their long day. Flag. Their face. Mind. They're withdrawing. Ask a gentle question. Offer tea. If they say, I'm tired, believe the wind before believing your storm. The teacher grew old. Hands that had once been steady in every weather began to tremble. The day came when a storm pushed through the mountain pass and the flags went wild. He stood beneath them with a novice holding his elbow and laughed out loud at how much noise cloth can make. Listen, he said, and the novice heard not a lecture, but the world. If you want a final pocket ritual, make it this. Whenever you notice being yanked, whisper, what moves? Answer in 3 parts if you can. Body. Belief. World. Then add, steady, and lengthen your next exhale by 1 count. It won't solve everything. It will make you a little less robbable by weather. At dusk, the courtyard basin of sky turned to ink. The flags, exhausted, rested. The wind went to bother another hill. The mind, too, can rest. Not by force, by noticing that movement is not a mandate. There is a watcher in you older than the day's gusts, a pole sunk deep. Stand there sometimes. Let the world move through without stealing your ground. When it's time to act, you'll know. The roof will leak or not. The eave will need pitch. The bowl will need washing. The child will need comfort. The phone will need to be placed face down. You will act as a flag that remembers the sky. Moved, yes, but not confused about what does the moving, and not fooled into thinking you are only cloth. At dawn, the hills still held the night in their folds. Mist gathered in the gullies like animals that preferred quiet, and a boy stood with a length of rope in his hand, calling for something that would not answer. He had slept in the grass and woken with the strange certainty that his ox, the steady weight of his days, the companion to his labour, the creature that knew the path home better than he did, had slipped its tether and vanished into the dark. He listened for bells and heard only water. He clapped and whistled and heard only wind. So he began to search. He went first where habit told him to go, along the stream where hooves make soft pits in the mud, through the bamboo whose shadows are kind to the lost. Nothing. He climbed the low ridge and looked down at the fields laid like quilts on the valley floor. The world was so untroubled by his trouble that he wanted to be angry, but the anger had nowhere useful to land. He called again, softer. A jay answered like a bad echo. He laughed at himself then, a small bark that felt like a human choosing to be human in the face of animal silence, and he walked on. A traveller passed, a woman whose back knew the wisdom of baskets. "What did you lose?" she asked. "My ox," he said, surprised at how large the loss sounded out loud. She nodded as if he had said, "My mind," as if to lose one were to misplace the other. "Look for the places you avoid," she suggested, and continued down the road, leaving him with a piece of advice that was part riddle, part map. He went where he didn't usually go, into bramble, along the stony cut where children said snakes kept their calendars. Past the shrine he never entered because he didn't know how to bow with his hat on. In that neglected corner of the village path he found the first sign, a print deep and fresh, a crescent of crushed grass where a body had slept. His breath did the small thing breath does when relief arrives. It widens before it slows. He touched the print, not because touch could read more than eyes, but because hands have their own way of believing. There were more signs. A brush of coarse hair on a low branch, a bit of mud smeared at a height no deer could reach, the warm, unmistakable green of fresh droppings. He smiled despite himself. He was not closer to the ox in distance, but the ox had become more real than his panic. He straightened, feeling a thin thread now tying him to what he sought, and followed. Anyone who has ever looked for themselves knows this stage. You won't find your better life at first. You'll find its tracks, a breath that goes all the way down when you stop trying to fix anyone. The sudden quiet between two thoughts, appearing like a shy animal when you weren't even calling. The way your eyes remember colour after 10 minutes away from the rectangle. A conversation where you caught yourself before you sharpened your sentence and set it down instead. These are footprints. The mind loves to leap over them toward a promise. Don't. Kneel. Learn their shape. Track them until tracking becomes a kind of love. Toward noon he saw it. A movement ahead that wasn't wind, a dark flank sliding between trunks, the way a river moves through reeds. His chest leaped in a way he hadn't felt since he was a child, and the world still contained things that might simply appear if you were worthy. He stepped carefully, the rope livid in his hand, and there, at last, were horns, a shoulder, a tail flicking at flies. The ox raised its head and looked at him not with guilt, but with the moon calm of things that do not lie. He almost cried, at how beautiful it was to see what had only been signs a moment ago. He took one step closer and the ox snorted, stamped, skittered sideways. A bird flurried from a bush, and the ox remembered its wildness. It bolted. The boy gave chase, lungs burning, rope useless. The silent forest suddenly a hallway where every door slammed. By the time he stopped, he was bent double, palms on knees, a boy made of breath and ache. So it goes. We glimpse stillness. On a cushion, in a kitchen, mid-argument when something kind interrupts, and then we lunge to own it. The mind tries to install a nose ring in the ungraspable. Of course it flees. Seeing the ox is not catching it. Joy is not custody. He learned quickly what all herders learn. You cannot run an ox down. You need a rope where it matters, and a hand that doesn't lie about its own strength. He looked at the rope he'd been clutching and felt foolish. It was good hemp, sure, but it was only rope. He needed a way to reach what the ox trusted. He returned to the village to ask the old men at the tea stall who said little, but grunted in a way that meant rope, yes, but also patience. He asked the women whose hands had braided hair and grain, and they said breath. He asked the quiet monk who swept the threshold of the small temple, and the monk said, "Tie the rope to something that doesn't move." The next day, he found the ox where the shade lay thickest. He did not run. He breathed so his breath made a space around them, a clearing airing itself out. He stood where the ox could see all of him, no creeping, no trick. And he let the rope hang so it looked more like an invitation than a trap. The ox saw him, saw the rope, and looked away, pretending to be very interested in a patch of grass that was not even good. He smiled. He had used that exact trick himself. When the moment came, he moved cleanly. The loop dropped, the head jerked, the rope held. The ox tossed the surprise up with its horns, and the boy nearly lost his nerve. But he remembered the monk's advice and anchored the rope to something that didn't move. The ground under his stance, the commitment behind his decision, the breath that kept arriving from a place not interested in his panic. He spoke calmly, words that weren't for meaning, but for tone, a music he kept low and steady. Slowly, inch by inch, they found the agreement that a rope promises, "You won't be dragged, I won't let go." If you need the translation, here it is. The rope is your attention when it has chosen gentleness over struggle. The nose ring is sincerity, the place in you that feels the truth and will follow it even when the body wants to bolt. The anchor is breath, or posture, or a vow you made to be kind, even if nobody else is. Catching the ox is not subduing yourself. It is joining force to care. Caught is not tamed. The first days were ugly. The ox threw its head. The boy burned his hands. He learned that yanking made everything worse, and that slack in the wrong moment gave the ox ideas. He learned the art of pressure, how a finger can ask what a fist cannot demand. He learned to let the ox graze after each request, so the request didn't sour. He learned that boredom is a beast twice as strong as anger, and that training a mind is often the art of making patience taste interesting. Rituals helped, leading the ox in circles while singing badly, stopping every few paces to rub the soft indentation between horn and ear, letting the ox drink before thirst made it crazy, ending on a small success instead of waiting for perfection and courting despair. He slept each night like wood. His hands grew honest calluses where the rope had accused his softness. He did not talk much, because language felt less useful than the work. You know this field. This is the part where you change habits without fanfare. You stretch for 5 minutes before the day begins because your back is tired of your promises. You sit for 10 regardless of mood because mood is the ox's favorite trick. You say the line that protects the evening. Let's pause and finish this after dinner. You pick up the book instead of the infinite scroll. It isn't pious. It's ranching. One morning, the boy realized he had walked half a mile with the rope resting in a soft S in his palm. The ox's shoulder brushed his sleeve without spooking either of them. He felt very old and very young, and he did not try to make the feeling into a banner. He just walked, and the dust rose and fell, and his feet burned in a way that felt like they were remembering what they were for. In time, they went farther, past the circle of known fields, up into the hills where the grass is sweeter and the work has become song. He carried a flute tied to his belt and blew a thin, cheerful sound, not to charm the ox. Those stories are for people who prefer magic to practice, but because the music made his own mind a kinder place to stand. Sometimes the ox matched his pace. Sometimes the ox chose the path and he followed, learning which stones were steadier than they looked. When the sun slid down the sky, they turned toward home through a light, so forgiving it made every leaf a lesson in how to be. There was a day he forgot the rope. He had been mending a fence, and the afternoon folded into evening without asking his permission, and when he looked up, the ox was not standing where he had left it. He did not panic. He stood. He whistled, not a command but a hello. The ox lifted its head from a patch of clover and walked over with the mild dignity of a creature that has remembered its nature. He laughed aloud, the laughter of someone who sees that some problems were inventions. He scratched the forehead that had once been a weapon. He didn't write a poem about it. He put out a hand, and the ox pressed weight into that hand like a friend leaning at a door. Gradually, the boy's picture of himself, the driver, the trainer, the one who wrestled order from wildness, lost its shine. He left the whip on the nail in the shed because he hadn't used it in months, and because he knew what happens to men who keep unnecessary instruments of power within reach. They justify them. The rope lived mostly coiled now. He liked the look of it, like one likes the look of tools that tell a story, but no longer tell you what to do. When he lay in the grass in the afternoon heat, the ox grazed nearby, and there were stretches of time so clear he did not know whether he was a boy watching an ox or a field aware of its own greenness. Then came a morning that would be impossible to describe if life hadn't already taught you a dozen ways to understand it. He woke early before the neighbors' roosters appointed themselves clocks, and he walked to the shed and found the door wasn't there. Not literally, the wood stood, but the idea that there were two places, inside and out, training and trained, work and reward, had gone missing. He stood very still. The mind did what minds do. It reached for names. The day declined to be labeled. This not knowing wasn't ignorance. It was relief from the need to be the one who knows. Some warnings are useful here. The boy didn't announce himself enlightened. He didn't stop mending fences. He didn't stride into the village speaking in riddles. He planted beans that day and watered them, and swore when a line of ants discovered the sugar jar he had forgotten to seal. The difference was quiet and complete. He no longer felt like somebody pulling reality forward. He felt like a muscle in the body of a day, contracting when needed, resting when not. If you have hung around people who like to draw pictures of such things, you know they talk about stages: searching, finding signs, glimpsing, catching, taming, riding home, forgetting tools, forgetting ox, forgetting self, returning with open hands. The map can be helpful until it becomes a place to live instead of a path to walk. What matters is what you do when you hear the child crying by the road, when the neighbour needs a gate mended, when your own heart starts its old habit of bolting. The ox did not become an icon. It became a way to belong to the world. He tested his belonging in the marketplace, because that is where theories go to faint. He tied his flute to his belt and carried a basket of greens to sell. He bantered with the woman who sold pears and whose stall had a cat that had adopted the job of chief negotiator. He gave half his greens to the old man who counted money by touching each coin to his lip, because his eyes were lying to him now, and touch still told the truth. He drank wine with the mason who always laughed with his whole body, and who had lost a son in a stupid accident, and who sometimes needed a raised cup just to cross the afternoon. He heard a quarrel and did not rush to fix it. He handed one of them a damp cloth for the back of the neck, because sometimes that stops a sentence that would cost a week. He left the marketplace lighter than he had arrived, pockets not stuffed, heart not drained. When people asked him for advice, he tied the rope a little higher on the peg and said something like, "Are you sleeping? Are you eating real food? Does your breath live mostly high? Or does it settle when you remember it? Where do you keep the rope?" If they wanted to talk about the absolute, he smiled and told them where the grass was sweetest that week. Sometimes he went back to the hills and sat with his back against a rock that had decided sometime before kings were kings to be exactly that rock. He watched weather invent itself and marveled at how often the first drops of rain arrive like an apology and the rest like a decision. The ox wandered and returned and wandered again. He did not worry. He felt his own mind like a creature that liked to graze and that, given kindness and a little guidance, did not stray far from home anymore. When it did, he knew the sound that would bring it back. Not a whistle blasted through teeth, but the soft call that starts in the chest and feels more like welcoming than like command. For days, when any of this sounds out of reach, there is the smallest form. In the morning, before you put on the harness of your role, go outside if there is an outside available and look for a sign. The bird on the wire preening without hurry, the way cold air slips under the door and makes your ankle bones alert, the quality of light on the neighbour's brick. Say to yourself, tracks, follow them for the length of one breath to where they point. Here, in the middle of your work, when the ox lurches toward distraction or irritation, feel for the ring in your own nose, a tender spot that tells truth, and anchor your rope to something that doesn't move. Your spine, your vow to be decent, the fact that someone, somewhere, could use a gentle word more than you could use a perfect defense. In the evening, loosen everything on purpose, set the rope where you can see it, and leave it there. Watch whether the mind wanders back of its own accord. If it doesn't, whistle once. If it does, scratch its forehead and go to bed. Refuse to make a religion out of any of this. Make a life. There were setbacks. The boy forgot himself and shouted at a friend. The ox, spooked by thunder, tore a fence and disappeared for 2 days. He went looking not with dread, but with a knowledge that loss is part of the pattern. Searching never really ends. It humbles and refreshes. He found the ox at dawn standing in a field of wildflowers, stupidly gorgeous, as if the earth had been saving this precise picture for him. He tied the rope in a loose loop, habit more than need, and walked home through a light that made everything feel like both the first and last time. Years later, when Gray had threaded his hair and the rope had a softness that only use can teach, a child asked him why he still carried it. He handed the rope over. The child made it into a circle and put it on the ground and jumped in and out of it, delighted with the invention of a new game that was older than language. He laughed until his eyes wet themselves and said, "That's why. If you want your own rope to be of use, choose a simple discipline and give it the respect tools deserve. Let breath be your handle. Hold it lightly, but don't drop it. When you lose it, do not make a story. Pick it up. When you feel the old wildness gallop, do not shame it. Walk with it until the ground remembers you. When the day is good, ride home singing. When the day is empty, forget everything and sit by the door. When your hands are free, use them. When the marketplace calls, go. Roll up your sleeves. Pour wine for someone whose throat is dry from trying to be brave. Fix a hinge. Place a pear in a smaller palm than yours and make the trade uneven on purpose." The herder's story ends where it started, with a boy, a field, an animal, a length of rope, and a morning that belonged to no one. He no longer thought of taming as conquest. He thought of it as friendship with what he was made of. He still searched sometimes, because the world is endless. He still found signs, because attention is paid back with interest. He still glimpsed and lost and glimpsed again, because that is how eyes and hearts work. He still caught himself and led himself kindly. He still rode home. He still forgot the rope. He still forgot himself. He still returned to where people trade food and stories and felt his hands hungry for usefulness. The ox, whose name was never needed, lifted its head when he called, and sometimes when he didn't. And together they lived the ordinary miracle, a mind that could be trusted to graze near joy, and a life that kept finding its way home. The master gave him the koan as offhandedly as he might hand a broom to a novice. "Show me the sound of one hand," he said, and then he picked a bit of lint from his sleeve and walked away as if he had not just rearranged a life. The student, call him Ren, stood in the courtyard with the sentence like a pebble under his tongue. Wind moved through the cedar and said nothing. A bell in the kitchen banged twice. He lifted his right hand in front of his face and felt ridiculous. He squeezed the air, snapped his fingers, waved. Nothing but the sound of small skin tricks and a rising desire to be clever. At interview the next morning, he sat on his heels before the master and offered sounds. The soft slap of palm on forearm, the whisk of sleeve, the thump of his own chest. The master shook his head with a kindness that stung more than scorn. "You're showing me too," he said. "Hand on arm, hand on chest. Keep looking." He rang the bell. The meeting was over. Ren stood up with his face hot. On the walk back to the hall, he counted his anger like beads. He took the koan everywhere because there was nowhere to put it down. In the zendo, he pressed his lips until they whitened and listened so hard the listening hurt. In the kitchen, he tried to hear the sound while scrubbing rice. The rice answered with its own language, countless grains kissing a bowl. In the bathhouse, he pushed his right hand against water shook droplets from his fingers, and felt foolish, like a man trying to impress rain. Weeks stalked by. The koan grew teeth. It bit him awake at night, nosed into his soup, made a liar of his silence. He began to resent anyone with an ordinary task. The gardener bent to tie a vine. Ren watched him with envy as intense as lust. A vine had an answer. Vines did their one thing loudly enough that the world could hear it. What was he doing, pinned between a sentence and air? When frustration rotted into cleverness, he tried to fake it. He prepared a show. He would walk in, raise his right hand like a blade, and slash it through the space between himself and the master. Silence would be the sound. Gesture would be legal, tender. But the moment came and the master's eyes were so plain that his performance could not stand on its own legs. Ren's hand fell like a tool you should never have picked up. The master said nothing. He tapped the floor once with his staff, and Ren felt the tap in his ribs as if his bones were a drum. "Return to your life," the master said. "If it's true, it will show up there." So he returned. He chopped vegetables as if the blade could find an answer in the white heart of a daikon. He swept the walkway and listened for bristle music that was not bristle music. He carried buckets and noted how water talks, depending on the gate. He lit incense and tried to hear the smoke. He was starting to suspect the koan was less a riddle to be solved than a trapdoor. He still wanted it to be a prize. At night, when the others slept, he went to the outer gate and listened to the village carry on being a village. Pot set down, a dog telling the moon to explain itself, a drunk finding his way by argument. He closed his eyes and let sound come forward as if it had been waiting its turn. Crickets embroidered the dark. A far river fretted. Wind rehearsed all the doors. In that wide listening, something eased by a fraction. He didn't know what. He did not chase it. He stood until his knees said, "Stop." In interview the next day, the master asked, "Where does sound end?" Ren said, "At the ear." The master said, "Whose ear?" and watched him watch the floorboards. He sat longer. He shuffled his feet less. He learned that urgency makes a mosquito whine in the brain and that it often drowns subtler things. He learned the edge of his attention, the way a craftsman knows the reach of a tool. He began a practice that was not in a book. Twice each day, he would sit somewhere not designed for sitting, by the woodpile, beside the well, under a cart, and listen without naming for the count of 12 slow breaths. No nouns, no biography. The world answered with waves, large and small. The practice taught him 3 reliable truths. Nothing stayed, nothing was discreet, nothing belonged to him. He tried a child's trick, cup an ear with the right hand and listen. The room grew huge. Each small scrape loomed. He took his hand away and realized that hearing the world through the hand was stealing from the koan, not answering it. The sound of one hand was not a gadget, and he was relieved in the annoyed way that a child is relieved when the candy shop closes. Autumn arrived without asking his permission. Leaves discussed gravity. The air picked up its old knife. The work changed. Build a windbreak. Stuff straw into the sleeves of the poorest windows. Stack wood with the tidy attention that will make winter less cruel. He hauled logs until his forearms throbbed. He stopped halfway, laid a hand over his own pulse, and felt the knock of blood in the heel of the palm, the broadsheet of life printing itself with each beat. The sound was inside the hand, not outside, but calling it inside made him feel stupid because he could hear the river in it too. One afternoon, the master took him to the forge in town because the bell frame needed repair and because masters have their own ways of not teaching. The blacksmith's hammer told a story each time it met the anvil, the story of iron remembering shape, the story of rhythm convincing heat to behave. Ren stood in the doorway with coal dust hopping in his nose and listened until he forgot to pose. Metal rang not as metal, but as a place where elements conversed. The blacksmith looked up once and nodded at the boys listening as if to say, "Yes, that is also a kind of work." "What is hearing?" the master asked on the walk back. Not as a test, but like a man asking the road to be honest. "Contact," Ren said, surprised as anyone to hear his mouth say something that didn't try to be beautiful. "Meeting." The master grunted in a way that meant continue or not. "You will meet what you need." Ren began studying the edges as a potter studies rims. He would sit with his eyes closed and follow a sound to its vanishing. The last thread of bell, the final crumb of footfall, the residue silence leaves when it moves back in. He noticed that each ending opened something. He noticed that the urge to slap a name on a sound was just a way to end it early and feel in control. He stopped ending things early. Life seeped in where control had been. He tried to find the place where listener and sound shook hands. He failed over and over, and then failing stopped feeling like failure. It felt like he was being invited to stop drawing lines where none were required. One blue morning, the wind didn't show, and sound sat closer to the ground. He was in the kitchen with a kettle about to sing. He lifted his right hand toward the steam and felt warmth tingle across the webbing between fingers. A small private climate. He didn't ask it for anything. He let hand and air be a single phenomenon long enough to notice that he could not tell where sensation ended and the concept hand began. The kettle began its thin song. The sound was not far and not near. It was not in the room. It was the room. Ren forgot to lower his hand. Something in him loosened its habit of being the person who hears. "Show me," the master said that afternoon. Ren lifted his hand and did not move it. He didn't present, didn't perform. He simply lived there in the hinge where sound happens as sound, where the idea that there was a he and a sound was too slow to catch up. The master did nothing theatrical. He placed his own hand beside Ren's, so the two palms hovered like two leaves noticing sunlight. The room did the demonstration for them. The bell outside was struck. Birds revised their plan. A pot set down by a novice told the story of clay and gravity. It was all one hand. It was all one mind, before mind split anything. The master bowed a bow so small that only Ren felt it push his chest from the inside. He rang the bell. Ren left and took a long time walking down a short corridor. After that, the koan didn't dissolve. It matured. He could still get snagged by cleverness and by the old desire to be special. He would fill the snag and loosen the rope by doing something stupidly ordinary, wiping a table until the circle of clean matched the circle of his own breath, or stepping outside to listen for the farthest sound he could hear, and then the nearest, and then the one that was neither. At market, he heard the entire town as one sound that kept recomposing itself. The barkers, the bargaining, the chickens, the one child who had appointed himself conductor. He tried to tell a friend and stopped because telling made it small. He tested the koan in trouble. The abbot fell ill. Voices went tight as drawers. Patience wore thin. Ren watched himself want to fix the mood by being impressive. He failed that test on a Tuesday, snapped at a man for stacking wood wrong, and felt the meanness of his own voice like sand in tea. He went outside and stood with his hand on the doorframe until he could hear everything at once again. The scrape of wood, the cough inside, the uneven step of the dog, the soft coercion of his breath. He returned and stacked wood with the man without instruction. The man changed his method without being told. This, too, was the sound of one hand. Sometimes the koan asked him to listen where he didn't want to. A novice cried quietly after messing up a chant. Ren wanted to flee the way you flee a mirror. He sat near without speaking. Let the weeping be the only current in the room for 1 minute, 2, 3. The weeping changed without him helping. It wasn't his doing, and it also wasn't not his doing. He understood something about compassion that day that he couldn't have understood any other way. You do not need to clap with another's pain. You can be the hand that listens. Winter came. Snow officially explained silence. The whole valley sounded like it was breathing through cloth. Ren went walking on a night so clear the stars had edges, and every footstep made a syllable. He held up his right hand and felt the cold bite and wrap. His breath came visible. A fox stopped mid-field and looked at him as if to say, "Careful, you'll add language to this and regret it." He laughed, and the laugh instantly belonged to the world. Back in the hall, the master spoke to the assembled students and, against his own reputation, used a few extra words. "You'll try to make this clever," he said. "You'll try to make it silence. You'll try to make it a stunt about emptiness. Don't. Let the world teach you the sound you thought you were supposed to invent. Let your listening be so intimate that the idea of two falls away. If you need a rule of thumb, when you are trying, you're clapping. When you are available, you're one hand." Ren made a small ritual to keep himself honest. Before meals, he would lift his right hand below his line of sight and feel the skin register the world. Heat, draft, nearness, the particular quiet an entire room makes when it is hungry and about to be not hungry. He wouldn't search. He would let. After meals, he would wash his bowl and place the hand on the wet wood and let the water talk against his palm. In argument, because monks are not immune to liking their opinions, he would pause and notice the sound not of the words, but of the bodies. Breath speeding, chairs shifting, the tick of a clock trying to outweight pride. Often that was enough to draw something kinder forward. He went to town to visit the old blacksmith who'd been generous with silence. The shop was quieter now. Age had taken some clangs from the man's day. They shared hot tea, and the blacksmith said, without ceremony, "You hear it yet?" Ren smiled. He didn't answer. Steam rose. It was answer enough. Practice spilled into the world with no fuss. On the road, a child beat a stick against a fence, and Ren heard the entire hillside in that stupidity. In the infirmary, he held the hand of a monk who was leaving, and the pulse under the monk's skin was a drum Ren had always been hearing and sometimes called mine. The monk's chest slowed, the drum softened, the room widened. Later, Ren would think, the sound of one hand is also the sound of no hand. But he would keep that to himself because sentences like that make people pretend to understand. He met the koan in the city too. Once a year, he travelled with the bursar to buy paper and ink. The city was a carnival of clatter. Carts fought with stone. Vendors tuned their voices to slice through commotion. He loved it and disliked himself for loving it because he had once believed wisdom preferred quiet. He stood at a corner where 4 streets collided and let the entire apparatus of desire and fear and earning and losing pour through his ears. The mind did not drown. It widened to hold without preference. In that widening, noise ceased to be against silence. It was a way silence borrowed clothes. If you want it practical, here is what he ended up doing, and what you can do without a robe. Choose 3 times each day to practice negative space listening. Morning, stand by a window, lift your right hand until you feel air on the palm, and listen for the farthest sound, then the nearest, then both at once. Noon, in noise pick a single thread, footsteps, cutlery, a fan, and listen until it dissolves into the entire tapestry. Evening, in quiet, listen to the quiet as if it had textures. Let labels fall away. You are not trying to hear something special. You are letting the listener fall backward into the herd. When you're angry, add 1 step. Hear the anger, not the story. Its sound, the way breath shortens, the way chairs complain, the way your voice wants to sharpen. Put your hand on your sternum until the one-hand sound returns. Then speak 1 sentence fewer than you want to. When you want to show off, don't. Do 1 kind act that no ear but yours can hear and examine how the room sounds after. When you're with someone hurting, notice the gravitational pull to fill the air. Don't. Be a chamber with them. If words come, let them be exactly enough, like placing a cup where a sauce is already flowing. When you lie awake at 3, place your right hand lightly over your ear and then let it hover an inch away. Feel the air. Listen not for the absence of sound, but for the presence of being heard. The 2 are not separate. He aged into a person people went to when they were tired of being themselves. He rarely said wise things. He mostly listened until the person heard themselves differently. Sometimes he told the story of how he had failed the koan for a long time. He included details that didn't flatter him. People relaxed, they laughed. They listened for the laugh's echo and discovered it did not end where their ears did. When the master lay dying, Ren sat by the bed with others, almost anonymous among the breaths. The master opened his eyes once and looked around as if inventorying his favourites. Light on the wall, wood's grain, the particular rustle of people being careful. He lifted his hand a few inches and let it drift back down. It was nothing dramatic, not a signal. It was a person who had lived in the hinge, letting the hinge be itself one more time. Ren felt gratitude rise like a soundless bell. Years later, people asked Ren to teach. He objected for all the right reasons, and then found himself sitting in the interview room watching young faces try to tunnel into air. Sometimes he gave them the same koan, not to torture them, but because doors are reused in this house. "Show me the sound of one hand," he'd say. They would clap. He would shake his head. They'd try to be mystical. He would tap the floor with a broom, and the dust would answer. He taught them not to hate their trying. He taught them how to listen longer than was comfortable. He sent them to the blacksmith, to the market, to the sick room, to the river. "Return to your life," he'd say. And when they asked where life was, he'd say, "Right now, it's your left sock." And watch confusion give way to the recognition that socks also belong to the Absolute. Sometimes alone, he wondered whether any of it had been learned at all, or whether life had merely taken pity on a boy and let him stop clapping. He would go outside then and hold up his hand to the wind, to the light, to the night's big quiet, and the world would make its one sound through him, in him, and as everything else. He would not call it anything. He would go back in and wash a bowl. If you're still listening, try this before you end. Lift your right hand to where breath can kiss it. Let the room arrive through your palm. Hear far, hear near, hear the listener. For one breath, let the idea of two rest. For another, let the idea of one rest too. There, nothing special and everything. Put your hand down. Do the next simple thing so completely that it leaves no remainder. Let the doing sound like one hand. Let the world finish the thought. They brought the accusation to him the way people bring fire to dry grass, quickly, with a little fear, and secretly eager to see what would catch. The girl's parents stood at the entrance to the small temple, rough voices hiding embarrassment. The girl behind them with her eyes glued to a knot in the wood. "You," the father said, like a sentence already decided, "are the one. You ruined our daughter." A few neighbors drifted closer, the way moths drift toward any bright thing, even if the brightness is just friction. Hakuin took in the scene as he took in weather, clouds, wind, a smell that meant snow tomorrow. He had been repairing a step. His hands were dirty, which seemed right. Accusation is ordinary, and ordinary things are met with ordinary hands. He looked at the girl's pink knuckles, at the father's jaw, set so tight it had turned into a kind of prayer. The mother's shoulders were already apologizing to the future. "Is that so?" he said, and it was not resignation. It was a small clearing made in the thicket so that what was actually happening could walk through. The baby came months later. The labor had taken the girl's last stubbornness. She had told her parents a name that wasn't Hakuin, and they, shamed by the size of their own story, brought the bundled life up the hill at dusk. The father couldn't look at the monk. He thrust the baby forward like someone handing over a debt that had collected too much interest. "Yours," he said. "Take it." The baby's mouth searched the air with blind faith. Hakuin bowed to the child as if to a guest, as if to a teacher. "Is that so?" he said again, and the words were a bridge he and the child could cross together. Raising an infant is the opposite of performance. It is a schedule written by someone who cannot yet hold a pen. The nights arrived with milk calls and coughs. Hakuin had traded arguments for rubber nipples. He hunted for a goat for milk, learned the angle a bottle needs to be so that swallowing becomes a river instead of a lake. He warmed the water by feel. He discovered how loud a tiny body can be when it thinks the universe has ended, which is to say, when it is hungry. He learned lullabies that were not songs, but repetitions of small, real things. "Here is breath, little one. Here is breath. Here we are." He begged in the mornings with a bowl and a baby on his hip. Some kitchens closed, some opened. Children followed them one street and then grew bored and peeled away. Gossip does not feed, it spices hunger. He bowed to those who slammed doors and to those who set a little rice in the bowl and tucked a fig in for sweetness as if adding an apology. When women asked, "Is he yours?" he would glance at the child's brow, the new moon of it, and say, "For now." He said it with the same tone he used for weather. The rain is ours, the sunshine is ours, The night is ours. For now. Rumour built scaffolds around his name. Men at the tea stall found their tongues. Monks are all talk. Even the pious are wolves. So much for clean hands. The story walked ahead of him into rooms and left small stains. Is that so? He would say when it reached his ears, but not as armour. The sentence was a bell that brought his mind home from the parade. He would feel his feet on the ground, the weight of the child, the shape of the next necessary task. Equanimity is not a trick of not feeling. It is fidelity to what helps. The baby grew by increments so small that only the one who woke in the night could measure them. A new sound like a bird learning a second syllable. A hand discovering it could grip and be comforted by its own power. A fever that came and went, like weather you cannot negotiate with. Hakuin moved his sitting to the spaces between these movements. He learned to sit like a pot on a low fire, steady enough to keep stew warm, ready to be stirred by what needed stirring. Some evenings he would walk the baby along the temple path. The lantern light would cut the dark into soft pieces. He pointed out the things that made a world. Listen, he'd whisper. Crickets. Listen, the bamboo knocking its old bones together just to remember itself. Smell that? Someone burned garlic too long and is mad at himself. He spoke as much to his own mind as to the child. Notice what is not an accusation. Make a home there. The girl avoided the temple path for a season. Shame is shyer than guilt. It hides from help. But the mother started coming to leave small bundles. Cloth, a toy whittled badly by the father's stubborn hands, medicinal herbs pressed in paper. Each time Hakuin raised his eyes to meet hers, she was already looking down. He bowed to the bundle as if it were an altar, and the mother as if she were offering what she could without the language for it. He did not force forgiveness into the space before it was ready. When praise began to return, because the village is a wheel and the spoke that goes down eventually comes up, he answered it with the same sentence. People, finally softened by the sight of a man whose robe smelled of milk, began to say, "You are a saint," with the same eagerness that had once said, "You are a fraud." "Is that so?" he said, and in his mouth the words meant, "Be careful. Fame and blame are the same wind. Do what is needed. Let the air move through." On a day brittle with winter sunlight, the girl came. She had a scarf wound too tight around her throat, as if to hold in what she had decided to release. She stood 3 paces away and said the name of the boy who had run. Her voice did not break, it emptied. "I said it was you," she told Hakuin, and the sentence was an old curse coming undone. "We were afraid of the other family. My father." She did not finish. She did not need to. Fear makes creative historians. The child slept between them, oblivious to the collapse of a small, false world. The mother arrived, then the father. The 3 of them stood, not quite a family yet, just a shape-like family, feet remembering they were allowed to stand together. The father's mouth moved, learning how to say sorry without turning it into a performance, and Hakuin spared him. He bowed first. "Is that so?" he said, and this time the words were a basin where all of them could wash their hands. He placed the child in the mother's arms. The baby scrabbled for the scent that had been missing and then settled as if a small god had at last found the right chair. Hakuin felt the exact sensation of letting go. A little ache, a little space, a little weight sliding out of a circle his body had formed, He did not call the ache attachment to shame it into leaving. He felt it because a heart is not a philosophy. Tears came, not dramatic ones, not big showy bells, just the clean water a body makes when it has carried something precious and puts it down without dropping it. He bowed again, the way a craftsman bows to a finished work that is no longer his. After they left, he swept the same step he had been repairing the day of the accusation. The broom made a dry music. He drank tea that tasted like tea. He laughed once at the human story. The village had rehearsed its lines for both acts, blame and praise, while the real play had been a bottle at 2 a.m., a diaper that defied every fold, a fever that broke because fever sometimes breaks. He added a stick to the fire and sat with the fire until fire's language was enough. Word went back downhill ahead of the family, the way word does. Some of the same mouths that had thrown stones began to throw compliments, which are just stones with different faces. "Master, you are incredible," they offered, asking him to perform absolution so they could feel absolved of their own earlier enjoyment. "Is that so?" he said, and turned to wash a bowl. He had not been incredible, he had been available. That was enough. Is that so? You can hear it as indifference if you need to protect yourself from the courage it requires. It isn't indifference, it's a vow. I will not build a throne for your blame or my praise in my head. I will not drop the baby to manage your opinion. I will do what the situation actually requires and let the verdict take care of itself. The practice is portable. When an email arrives with heat, you can read it once, feel your chest answer, lay a hand on your sternum, and say quietly, "Is that so?" Not to agree, not to surrender, but to step out of the courtroom for long enough to ask, what is needed? Sometimes what's needed is a clean boundary. Sometimes it is silence for 12 hours until the adrenaline drains and you can answer with a spine and a heart, both intact. Sometimes it is an apology said so plainly it cannot be mistaken for a strategy. When praise arrives because you did the thing and people noticed, you can try the same. Is that so? Let yourself be warmed without being burned. Say thank you. Return to the work. The world will try to hire you as your own herald. Decline the position gracefully. Keep the job you already have. The next necessary act, done completely. When the mind starts its theatre, replaying what they said, forecasting what they'll say, composing the clever paragraph that will finally put everything in order. Is that so? Can be a doorknob. Use it to exit the room and find the ground. Feel 5 points of contact: feet, seat, back, hands. Name 3 sounds that are not your story. Do 1 tangible kindness for a body: water, food, warmth, breath. Equanimity grows like ivy on such trellises. Hakuin never taught equanimity as a freeze. He taught it as temperature that matches the situation. The baby cries, warmth, the father blusters, cool shade, the mother's voice cracks. A windless room. Equanimity isn't the absence of weather, it's the capacity to be a house for whatever weather shows up without losing your roof. People came to ask how to cultivate that house. He would give them work, not theories. Chop wood when chopping is called for. Notice if you are chopping your reputation at the same time. Carry water when water is needed. Notice if you are carrying your story like a second, heavier bucket. He would give them a cloth and say, "Wipe the table until the table is clean, not until you feel like a saint." He would give them a child to walk around the courtyard and say, "Match your steps to a being who does not know your schedule. Watch what in you reaches for control. Tell it kindly it can rest. There were days when he failed. Equanimity is not a badge. It is a metabolism. Once, years later, a man came swaggering to the temple to sell a miracle cure for everything. Hakuin felt the old bone of impatience knock on his door. He opened his mouth too quickly, and the sentence that came out had the sharpness of someone defending an identity. He caught the tone mid-air, stopped, bowed to the man, and said, "A wind took me just then. Forgive me." The man, startled by being met instead of managed, put down his satchel and sat. They drank tea. No miracles were sold. A small one occurred. He taught a simple sequence to anyone who asked for something to do. It fit in one breath. First, this is happening. Not a judgment, a registration. Second, is that so? A wedge that opens the clenched fist of certainty. Third, what helps now? Not yesterday, not in the story. Here. He recommended testing it where the stakes were low. When oversalted soup arrived, when a plan shifted, when the train announced a delay. The heart, trained in small weather, does better in storms. You can make a talisman if you like. A stone in your pocket works. When blame or praise hooks you, move the stone from one pocket to the other. A physical, is that so? Let the movement signal the shift from performance to presence. Or hang a simple string on your wrist. When gossip tries to hire you, touch the string and decide whether to accept the job. In time, you won't need the string. In time, you'll forget which pocket the stone is in because your chest will have made its own. Hakuin sometimes dreamed of the child after the child had gone back to the family. In the dream, the baby was neither his nor theirs. It was the village's, and the village was the world's, and the world was no one's. He would wake with the echo of a small weight in the crook of his arm and feel both emptiness and fullness at once, two hands holding the same bowl. He would sit, not to fix the feeling, but to host it. He would watch the night become morning with the expertise of someone who has seen it before and the awe of someone who never will again. If the story were a stage play, someone would ask in the last scene whether he felt vindicated when the truth came out. The line would sound good when delivered toward the back row. "Master, wasn't it satisfying?" He would likely smile the way a person smiles who recognizes a habit asking to be fed. "It is satisfying to feed a child," he would answer. "It is satisfying to sleep when the child sleeps. It is satisfying to fold a clean cloth." He would stand and bow and go sweep whatever needed sweeping. This is how the teaching stays alive. Not as a slogan graven on a wooden plaque, but as a muscle memory you can use when the village brings you whatever the village brings you. Accusation, love, work, weather. Practice then, where you are. Let praise brush by without hiring it as your biographer. Let blame arrive without handing it the keys. Let, "Is that so?" keep your mind from building a courthouse in your chest. Then, with your hands free, hold what is in front of you the way Hakuin held the baby. Completely, tenderly, ready to pass it along when the time comes. And ready, when your arms are empty again, to feel that too, and to bow to both, because both are true. They found the gold by accident, which is usually how we find what was always ours. Workmen were moving a large clay Buddha from one hall to another, too heavy by far, its surface dull with centuries of dust and paint. A rope slipped. The statue bumped the corner of a doorway and a small flake fell, bright as a struck match. Someone wiped the spot with a thumb and had to squint. The clay had chipped, and underneath was a glint that didn't belong to baked earth. Monks gathered. The workmen clustered with the nervous excitement of people who suspect they've stumbled into a story bigger than their job description. A hammer appeared, then hesitated. The abbot arrived and did the right thing first. He sat. He let the room settle until eagerness thinned enough to see through. Then he nodded. The workers began carefully: chisel, cloth, water, patience. With each tap, the statue gave up a little more of its disguise. Plaster shed like winter bark. A nose emerged shining, then a cheek, then a shoulder. When the true face finally looked out, no one spoke. The room understood. The gold had been there the whole time, hidden under clay shaped to match its features so faithfully that generations had bowed to the covering and never questioned the skin of it. The story traveled quickly because it scratches an itch we all carry. We love the idea that we are secretly golden under our disguises. We also fear the removal of those disguises because they have kept us safe in a world that does not always honor gold. Both are true. Ask around and you will hear 100 versions of clay. The competent laugh that keeps people from asking how you are. The schedule so packed no one can squeeze intimacy into it. The quickness to fix so you never have to be held. The sarcasm you call humor. The righteousness that keeps you from feeling how often you are afraid. The self-criticism that gets to you before anyone else can. The perfection that began as protection. The good child, the tough one, the reliable hero, the interesting mess. Clay is not the enemy. It is old intelligence, applied when you were small and needed armor. It fits well because it was molded by survival. But there comes a day when the statue must be moved, a life transition, a loss, a love that asks for your real face, and a doorway catches a corner. A chip falls. You glimpse metal. The mind doesn't trust it at first. You think, this is vanity. This is foolishness. This is my wishful thinking masquerading as wisdom. Then the light catches again. You feel for a second a warmth that is not mood. It's not that you become special. It's that you remember, beneath self-improvement, beneath reputation, beneath the day's scorekeeping, an original kindness, a basic sanity that does not need to be earned. If the statue's story were all, we'd be tempted to hack at ourselves with tools and call it awakening. Don't. The monks uncovered gold with patience and respect because the covering had a history. The clay had done something noble. It saved the treasure from thieves and war and weather. They thanked the shell as they removed it. You can do that. Bow to the clever armor that got you here, and then retire it from jobs it can no longer do without hurting you. Begin small. Choose one bit of clay and learn its texture. Maybe it's the voice that narrates your flaws with professional polish. Treat it as a relic, not a tyrant. Ask, when did you arrive? What did you protect? You may remember a classroom with a teacher who loved to humiliate, a house where love had conditions, a street where softness drew sharp attention. Tell the voice, thank you. Then make an agreement. In meetings, you don't get the microphone. At night, you can sit in the back row while I sleep. In danger, I'll call you if I truly need armor. Boundaries with your inner protections are boundaries with love. There is another way to clear clay that is less about removal and more about remembering. Restoration experts call it cleaning to reveal the ground. They don't repaint, they dissolve the grime. In practice, this feels like subtraction. Take a quiet minute daily. Call it the unarmoring minute. Sit. Ask, what can I set down for 60 seconds? Not forever, just now. Let your shoulders drop by the thickness of a coin. Loosen your jaw. Soften your belly by a degree. Notice what remains when effort rests. That residue, aware, simple, unexcited, does not need convincing. It's the shine. Or try the subtraction journal for a week. Each night write 2 short lists. What I subtracted today. 1 apology I didn't owe. 1 explanation I didn't perform. 1 scroll I didn't start. 1 self-attack I noticed and let pass. What appeared underneath? A 10-second ease while washing my face. A moment of warmth toward the cashier. A choice that felt obvious without argument. Look for consistencies. The gold shows up in the same neighborhoods. When you're attentive without agenda. When you're kind without audience. When you're simply present with discomfort until it changes its shape. You can practice with a mirror, not to adore yourself. This is not a pep talk, but to recognize what looks back when you stop bracing. Stand near enough to see your eyes. Breathe out longer than you breathe in twice. Watch what softens. Ask, who is here when no one is watching? The answer won't be a sentence. It might be the urge to smile with no reason. It might be a grief that arrives without accusation. It might be silence that isn't empty. These are gold's languages. As layers drop, beware 2 mistakes. The first is mistaking gold for superiority. Original goodness is not a trophy. It is everyone's native metal. When you feel luminous, don't make a club out of it. Let it make you easier to feed and less easy to offend. The second is bypass, using the idea of inherent worth to skip repair. You hurt someone, you clean it up. Gold doesn't excuse clay behavior, it equips you to face it without collapse. I did that, and I am more than that, can sit together without contradiction. There's a practical kindness in remembering what the clay was designed to do. It kept weather off. You still need shelter. You just don't need to hide in your old shell. Build real shelters. Friends who tell you when your mask has slipped back on. Routines that let your nervous system unclench. Boundaries that keep corrosive people from making a home inside your head. There is no virtue in letting the rain in when a roof is available. Sometimes gold appears not as peace, but as power you had exiled. You were taught to shrink. The clay learned smallness. It felt safe. When gold shines, you start saying no without a speech, asking for pay without shaking, laughing loudly when the joke deserves volume. Don't panic. That confidence is not ego manicured, it's dignity returned. Use it without gloating. The world doesn't need another sharp object. It needs people who can be strong without becoming hard. Use your hands. Gold reveals itself through the body more readily than through thought. Sand a piece of wood until the grain speaks. Knead dough until it stops resisting. Garden until your fingernails argue with soap. Walk until your head's noise relents to the punctuation of footfalls. When you are fully engaged, the mind's commentator gets bored. In that quiet warmth rises like a remembered song. That's you, before the footnotes. Help it along with a simple morning ritual. Before news, before favors for strangers in your phone, do one unproductive, beautiful thing. Stand in light for 30 seconds. Listen for the faintest sound. Take 3 sips of water as if taught by a mountain. You're not earning the day, you're tuning your instrument so it plays its native tone when life starts asking. There will be moments when the clay panics and grabs back. Consider them weather, not failure. Your sarcasm returns. Your busyness floods. Your old shame rises like a fog bank. When you notice, place a hand where the panic gathers and say, "Not needed right now." Then do one homemade act of belonging. Text someone thinking of you without context. Put a bowl of cut fruit on the counter. Open a window. Gold thrives in ordinary air. Remember too that softness and gleam don't only live in you, they're contagious. Sit with someone else like the monk sat with the statue. Patient, precise, not ripping at the surface. Ask a question that invites truth without demanding it. What part of today felt heavy? If you didn't have to be impressive with me, what would you say? When their shine shows, don't point. Let the room warm. In time, they will trust their own reflection. If you like, use objects as tutors. Carry a small, smooth stone. When you catch yourself performing, hold it and feel its simple fact. Or keep a piece of gold foil in your wallet. Look at it when you feel forgettable, not to inflate, to remember density. Airy identities float away. Gold stays. There is another parable restorers tell. They remove varnish from an old painting and everyone gasps, not because a new picture appears, but because the colours stop being dull. The blue was always that blue. Smoke and time hid it. Your kindness is like that. Your clarity, your humour. You don't need new traits, you need less smoke. What clears smoke? Sleep, fibre, walking, apology, sunlight, small risks, finishing one thing, leaving one group chat, making something with your hands that didn't exist this morning, tiny, unsexy things that end up being the chisel. A caution about timing. Sometimes you cannot chip. Trauma flares, the world shouts, the bills arrive. In those seasons, the loving act is to wrap the statue again on purpose. Protective practices are not regressions, they're wisdom. Shorten the to-do list to what keeps you afloat. Say another time to growth projects. Gold doesn't tarnish while you catch your breath. When strength returns, try the unadorned minute each day. Stop midstream, mid-email, mid-sentence, mid-worry, and ask, what if nothing is wrong with me right now? Not forever. Right now. See if your shoulders answer before your mind does. Notice what becomes unnecessary in the next 30 seconds. Often it's a tone, a defense, a sentence that wanted to make sure you existed. You do. How do you measure progress without turning shine into a scoreboard? Don't count hours of meditation. Count moments you didn't abandon yourself. Don't count compliments. Count times you let warmth in without arguing. Don't count achievements. Count repairs. Don't count how often you felt golden. Count how quickly you remembered after forgetting. Keep a pocket tally for a month. You'll learn your own ways back. You may ask what the gold is made of. Philosophers answer with complicated words. Nature, essence, Buddha mind. The words are fine, brittle, better to taste. One night you listen to rain long enough that it stops being weather and becomes company. One morning you wake before the clock, and in the blue half-light, you feel oddly undisturbed by yourself. In a crowded room, you suddenly stop narrating and find you're curious, not threatened. You hold a child and time gives up its job. A stranger thanks you and you believe them without shrinking or preening. That, and the quiet gladness that follows, not because you performed goodness, but because goodness performed you. At some point, maybe while rinsing a cup, you'll see the trick of the whole tale. The statue isn't gold under clay. The statue is gold shaped like clay, shaped like gold. There was never a separation except in our minds. You did not become what you are by being uncovered. You became visible to yourself. What then? Don't start a shrine to shininess. Return to the market like the ox herder did in another story. Return to your sink. Return to the friend who needs a ride. Gold's favorite verb is give, not to prove anything, because there's less in the way. As a closing ritual, try this tonight. Sit on the edge of your bed with the lights low. Imagine the day as a statue sitting beside you, covered in the dried mud of effort and impression. In your mind's hand, brush a little dust from its brow. Name one moment you liked who you were today. Small is fine. The way you listened to the hesitant coworker without jumping in. The way you paused before replying. The way you let yourself laugh at the wrong part of the movie. Touch your sternum with your palm. Let warmth rise. Whisper still here. Then name one bit of clay you're ready to thank and retire tomorrow. Just one. Plan the smallest action that expresses the retirement. Put the plan on a note by your keys. Sleep like someone who has already met the gold and doesn't need to guard it. In the morning, if you remember, stand at the door before you go and look at your hand on the knob. The lines in your palm are rivers you didn't draw. The door will open, as it always does. Step through as if the hinge is you, ordinary and astonishing, quiet and bright. Let the day see you, not the costume, you. If the costume jumps back on at noon, take it as weather. Smile under it when you can. Make room for a small chip to fall the next time life bumps you. Trust that even when clay is what the world calls you by, the gold conducts light to your eyes and from your eyes to other people's rooms. That is more than enough. That is the work. That is the secret that was never secret.